Hello and welcome to Paddling Pool 338. I'm Saucy here with Poke, and as you can see, we are jumping right into it, or at least we thought we were, but we
We
have,
tried. We tried to be
yeah,
so punctual, and we were like, we're gonna jump right into the game, no dilly-dallying, just straight jumping into just the action immediately. And of course, Splatoon 3 happens.
yeah, so it could just be unkind. I think we even saw, if you're able to see some of the LAN action recently, DC's on LAN. So there's just no way to dodge it, I'm afraid. But while we're waiting for Hutora and Black Wave, Poke, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. For me, here in North America, it's a nice, beautiful Wednesday afternoon. I got like nothing on my schedule except some lovely, lovely Splatoon gameplay. How about you? How you doing?
I'm doing okay as well. I have the day off today, so I figured I would stop in to Dappling Productions and get a little casting in there, see some Splatoon action, just as you were talking about. But definitely excited to see these map modes. I feel like obviously a lot of these are very classic, but as much as there's been a lot of talk about Rainmaker these days, I'm still excited to see it. And obviously on Museum, you have that Rainmaker zone that people like to stall it on, the dreaded sort of glass section there. But I feel like you don't see that all that often. So we might be in the clear here.
Yeah, of all of the like Rainmaker stally modes, I feel like Museum in particular is one of the ones where, at least when they're stalling it, normally it's in an area that's at least like along the objective line for the most part. There are of course a couple places on the map that you can find a little corner to shove it in, but of all of the Rainmaker stally maps that we have in this game, I think Museum is one of the kinda better ones.
I'm inclined to agree. I know people are probably typing, yelling at their computer saying, absolutely not. You have that place where you cannot get it along the top right. That can be a little bit difficult if you're standing on that section. You go down to retrieve it back. You kind of, I think, have to pop it and let it reset. However, like I said before, I feel like a lot of people don't necessarily do that. And unlike, let's say, a Scorch or something, there aren't many terrible pits that you can usually make a clean break to and stall in. So inclined to agree. Very excited to see this going. I will say Undertow, a favorite of mine, at least to watch happen, but I'll definitely settle for a Museum here.
You are absolutely preaching to the choir when you say that Undertow is a good Rainmaker map. I love Undertow Rainmaker. That's like my favorite Rainmaker map in this game by a mile. But Museum, I agree. It's a solid Rainmaker map. I'm glad if we have to start on any of them here, we're starting on Museum Rainmaker.
Yeah, we will be starting on Museum Rainmaker and then heading inevitably over to Hagglefish Zones, which longtime viewers will know I call it the Great Equalizer because, you know, I think it's just such a standard map. It's got its flanks, and yeah, it's everyone should know what it is that they're doing when they get up to a Hagglefish zone. So I'm expecting neither of these teams are going to necessarily be at a disadvantage where they're like, oh gosh, I can't believe I'm here. What am I supposed to run? They should all have their toolkit ready for this one.
Yeah, I normally like to equate a Hagglefish zones to like if you're familiar with like Smash Bros. They have like the small battlefield in Smash Bros.
Mm,
Ultimate. That's like the really just kind of it's the stage that everyone plays on. Although in specifically Ultimate, they like to play on Pokemon Stadium too all the time. But it's like
yes.
that stage that you can always just go to, and you know that everyone's just gonna be playing as good as they possibly can.
Absolutely. You have like I guess like the platforms you need, or etc. etc. Like it's just going to be standard, and I'm going to take a look at these seeds specifically. I think we're looking at our 13th seed up against our 20th seed. Of course, seeds don't necessarily tell you the entirety of the story. But being only 7 seeds away we might see it get tied up. We might see a sweep. Who knows? It's only a best of 3, but we will see how that is going to turn out here because finally everyone is in and we are starting the game.
And I just realized I did not take any look at the comps that we saw even like in that little brief DC moment, but seeing some things that are honestly I'm enjoying seeing that leader come out with the zap. Ever since that has been like a pair that's been on the come up, I really love seeing it. I'm excited to see it here.
I will say, I see an edit on the other side, and as an edit player, absolutely not excited to see that leader. Of course, we have been seeing a lot more leader play from top levels in the West and Japan alike. So definitely interesting to see that. You see already 3 members down, and I think perhaps a delayed wipe on Black Wave. So I think Kutura is going to get this easy check right off the top.
Yeah, just in that first, like, 35 seconds, they're able to get that check, but they're not going to really be able to get any farther here. Black Wave able to push back out of their spawn, honestly, quite easily here. Get the members 2 down on the side of Hutara, and it looks like they're going to be able to take mid back here. They might have a big response coming in soon.
Yeah, and so starts the push. You see one of the members going down, make that 2, one being the Rainmaker holder, which you do not want to see. They were organizing really well to make this push, but they are able to pick that back up. 2 of their members, I think, going down in one fell swoop, and just as it started up again, I was starting to get a little bit excited there. Hutara, an absolute defensive wall here, making sure that they are not able to get that check.
And that's the kind of, like, early defense that really sets the tone for these kind of matches. You look at that on paper, and you really thought that that Black Wave was going to have, like, at least a push further than 87. But Hutara just playing fast enough, able to push him back out. Now they're in control of this game early.
Yeah, really good call there, Poke. I think they're definitely setting the tone by making sure that they're shutting down what would be really strong pushes off the top. But once again, you see Black Wave just goes down absolutely. O-Squid able to get out that cooler for their teammates, just making sure that they're keeping mid for when Black Wave inevitably comes back in here. But I think they're doing a marvelous job of just controlling the space and staggering the members of Black Wave, so they just can't seem to get a push going without several of their members going down.
Yeah, that Zap play, they were just able to expertly maneuver around to just save their life. They knew that the most valuable thing there was their life, and they were just able to play that perfectly. Now Hutara, with a good push of their own, they're going to try and get it past this check that they just had gotten previously. And that Zuka pick's going to help.
Absolutely. I think that Mizu, I've had my eye on them for a lot of this game. They are, of course, on that carbon, and if you give a carbon like an inch, they will try and take a mile. You see that they do go down there. Yuthan here trying to get a little bit more space, trying to run it. They do eventually go down, but not without getting points on the board. Down to 30, and I think all the members already back. Mizu once again just on a 3v1 and still living, taking 2 down before going down themselves.
I could see that coming, that carbon roller just going in there, and you could tell it's like, uh-oh, they have just that one little pixel of ink they need to move around in, and that's all they needed to just keep that push just a little bit going, just trade in a couple more seconds off the clock. Now it's really going to be Black Wave just trying to salvage some game here. There's only a minute and a half left in this game all of a sudden.
Yeah, but you see, I think finally Black Wave getting that check after so much time elapsed in the game, and you see already they're moving up, especially with this bubble. That's going to be huge for them. That is 3 points, and they take the lead having gone into that bubble. Their cooler user going down, but it ultimately does not matter. They run that down to 24, putting Hutara, who has had a pretty dominant game, on the back foot, especially because I think their cooler player went down, but not before getting a cooler out themselves. So everyone is back fast, and the fight continues.
Yeah, I really just asked them the question of how are you going to get this check and this lead back, and they just answered it immediately for me, so I'd like to thank the team for that. And now all of a sudden this game that we were talking about that was going to be Hutara's for a long time here has been flipped on its head. Now 35 seconds left. This Rainmaker is stuck on their plat trying to find a way off. They finally picked 2 members. They're going to get back into mid, but the other 2 members still there. This Rainmaker is just running out of time. There's not much time left in this game.
Absolutely. You see that they have just 30 seconds and still they're trying to control this space. I think that members of Hutora are going down one by one because it's them, of course, that are on the back foot and not them. They do get that Rainmaker down, and I think with 3 members down, they're not going to have the time to grab or pop that. So that is just going to be game, and a surprise come from behind win for Black Wave.
Honestly, a very good statement there that there was a lot of early stuff there coming out from Hutura that we saw that was, as I said, like a tone setter of like some scary stuff that you didn't want to see. And Black Wave did not let that affect them, and they were able to just put that one push together that they needed. It was the check and the lead in the same push.
Yeah, I know that Rainmaker these days has been getting a lot of guff, but one of the things I would like to say as to what really makes Rainmaker just so much fun to watch is all it takes is one good push. They were down for the count for a long time, but the fact that they were able to not just get that check, but everyone on the plat pushing Hutura back and putting up that bubble, I think made all the difference for them.
Absolutely. And honestly, now I'm really, really curious to see how these two teams are going to play on zones, because that's our next map.
Oh, yes, we did discuss that before. You see there, that is the edit going down in the replay, but we're taking it to Hagglefish zones. Like we said before, a very even keel map. Wouldn't be surprised if both of these teams had a preference for it. And so zones definitely more steady and way harder to sort of steal a win from behind. However, this is Hagglefish Poke, and if you're able to lock out the other team, you can make a nasty run here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know personally from just my comp experience that there's been many a game that's like, oh, we're so even on paper. This is going to be the more like a really, really intense close game, and then one team just is like, actually, we are going to sit right in front of the zone, and you will not be able to walk into us, and we are going to win 100-0, and the set will be over.
Absolutely. If you're able to just sort of dominate that court and make it yours, or even worse, you hate to see, especially with that leader, if they're able to set up on their glass, on their tent, and just live there, that is going to spell disaster. So both of these teams are going to have to make sure that they're competitive in mid and are able to keep it going, because there's not a lot of space to get your special when you're in spawn. But looking at this so far, not seeing any changes. And did we have a blaster on both sides before?
I don't think so, as they're ending the battle here.
Perhaps
Not
that's
quite
why.
Sure. Yeah. Not quite sure, because that was the correct map mode. We had all 8 players, but they must know something that we don't.
Yeah, that's how it goes, is that sometimes you see the DC or someone exits out. I wonder if it's a comp issue. I don't think it can be. Perhaps someone's having technical difficulties, because we saw for those... Oh. I think, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff going on, and interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, I'm still like kind of hoping that these teams are able to get the game going at a reasonable pace here. Obviously, we want to keep the tournament moving at least a little bit, but we'll see. Hopefully these teams are able to get that issue sorted out, get into this game relatively quickly.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. For any of you who are watching the NA League streamed by Nintendo, I think there was an issue where, someone had a problem with their controller. And so the casters the entire time are having to stall while that person is getting their controller under sorts. So it happens to the best of us, to the smallest and the biggest tourneys alike. So hopefully they're able to get that fixed out, and we don't see the dreaded sweep due to someone just not, hopefully they don't have to forfeit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's like the worst feeling in the world is when you just realize that you cannot play the match and you really want to, because most of the time it's something that's just like out of your control. Like I know if I have a nickel for every time I have heard of a Splatoon player in the middle of a tournament had their house struck by lightning, I
If
would
you
have
say
two
two nickels,
nickels.
I'm gonna fight you. Oh gosh.
I would legitimately have two nickels, and one of them was on my team.
Oh golly.
Yeah.
That I mean, that's something, but if you're going to have an excuse as to why you have to DQ and step back, it better be a good one. And I got to say, my house was struck by lightning. Honestly, I'm curious about that because I feel like if I heard that, I don't know that I'd be like, oh, really? Like, send pics or it didn't happen. Like, I feel like I'd be like, did your mom call you? Be honest with me.
Yeah, I know in particular the one that happened when I was on the same team as this person. It was just a straight up like cut out. Like we didn't hear that
Oh.
from them for like a solid like 3 minutes, and we were like, did they die?
Oh gosh! Yeah, that is very spooky, but luckily it seems as though no one has died, at least on stream here, so we are going to be jumping into it with a switch in comps from Hutora. I think we were looking at the double blaster, but instead we have Raffi on that splash, so a bit of a change up here.
Yeah, that leader that I was talking about liking so much is suddenly nowhere to be found. And honestly, I still really like Rapid. I'm a little bit bigger fan of like the Rapid Pro, but like regular Rapid with that lovely, lovely inkjet that it has, still a fan.
Yes, I think that actually, interestingly enough, I feel like if I would see Rapid, I would expect it to be the cooler Rapid. I feel like we've seen a little bit of play out of that, but that isn't going to be what we're seeing here. So far, everything is in neutral. Two members of Hutora going down. Tortor doing a really good job of just getting that pick and making sure that that doesn't end in a trade. So even though Black Wave has the zone, I think Hutora definitely set up to maybe do a good job here. Who knows?
Yeah, but that crab tank on the zone by Raffi, they are going to hold the members back of Hutra back. They're now 2-2, as some big points are taken away early in this game off the zone. Hutra is really going to need to find some way back, trying to open it up with some strikes. Not going to really find anything, just going to be kind of tossed in no man's land. And honestly, it looks like the members of Hutra are a little staggered here. They need to recenter themselves in order to find their way back onto the zone.
Yeah, I think we're looking at what we were discussing before, which is this lockout sort of moment. Finally, Hutora has sort of been able to touch the zone, move forward, and 3 members down on Black Wave means that with 23 points remaining for Black Wave, Hutora finally has this zone. You see that they camp that jet there, so I think they're being very careful and cautious about how far up they move. They don't want to get wiped and unnecessarily go down, so you see Huge getting that pick, but clearly they're very cautious about going up this ramp here.
It is taking me so much mental energy to every time that we see that camera switch the bucket player to not just say that's huge, because that's huge. But either way, looks like Hooter right here going to still have the very strong push of their own, trying to get the lead back, and they will.
Oh my gosh! Wait. This is looking to possibly be a repeat of the last time we were watching them, because was it not that Black Wave had a really strong hold, and then at the last second on Rainmaker, Hutora was able to just usurp that and take the lead and the game. So right now we're seeing a bit of neutral that Zuka comes out, finds a pick, which is going to be, say it with me, huge. And I think they win the end of the day and do get the zone back here.
Yeah, really just like a paint battle. That's the kind of moment where if I'm at a LAN and I'm in the crowd, I am chanting, paint the square, paint the square. But it looks like Black Wave was able to charge their specials just a little bit faster, able to break that little bit of a draw in mid there. Now they're eating into their penalty, forcing Hutra to get back on the zone here, but the triple splashdown is going to clear that out.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly why we're seeing that. A bit of cheese on the zone there with the triple splashdown. Before we saw the restart, I think I saw blaster on both sides, and I was thinking, are we just going to see both of these blasters triple splashdowning? But of course, that was traded out for the splash, which is interesting because now that I'm thinking about it, wait, is it a Neo splash? No, it's not. I feel as though I haven't seen a crab this entire game. Perhaps I'm not paying close enough attention, but I think those strikes come out, that jet comes out, so Black Wave throwing everything that they can, and they're gonna have to throw it quick because I think we are about to see game 2 members down, and that is a 2-0 for Hutura.
As someone who has played a lot of Splash, when that camera switched that splash right at the end there, I could see their exact thought process. It was, we need a crab. We need a crab right now. And you could see them just like going around, getting the paint they needed. But the blaster on that enemy team was able to read that exact thing that they wanted to do, set up under the tent, pick that, there's no crab, and there's no way that they could get back in that game.
Yeah, you see, let's take a look at that replay. Azuka, unsurprisingly from Mizu there, getting a few picks, and I think that leads to Black Wave having a really early control on the zone, and quite frankly, they were looking poised to just lock out Hutura completely.
Absolutely, absolutely. But of course, as we saw for the rest of the game, Hutra with like just the exact response they needed pretty constantly here, able to close out the game with still a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of like an in-game reverse sweep, so to speak. The fact that they are just kind of in trouble for most of the game, and then you see at the end there, queue up the iced tea because iced tea is for closers, and Hutada closed out those games. If you hear what I'm saying.
That caught me so off guard. I was like, where are they going with this? Like my brain like I could feel the gears turning and like it just went a complete direction I did not expect at all. But anyway, Hutura closing out that set 2-0.
Yeah, really strong showing from Hutura. But we are going to take a short break as we go into the next game. So you get yourself some iced tea, a refreshment, because we will not be closing out yet, but we'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 338. I'm Sasu, still here with Poke, and we're going to be taking a look at, of course, a French name, Jouons les Extas. You might be mad at me. I took Spanish in school. Very sorry. Versus Crash Out.
Yeah, honestly, I think the name Crash Out is very emblematic of how I'm feeling right now. Because unfortunately, I am an American who went through the American public school system, and language knowledge outside of English, what's that? I'm even from a region of the US that's like relatively close to where they speak French in Canada, and I received no instruction at all in my public education.
Yeah.
But anyway, enough about public education. Let's play Splatoon!
Absolutely, and really interestingly enough, you see right off the top that Hydra. Obviously not something you see often, but I gotta say, Poke, it's something I really like to see on a place like Crab Leg. Honestly, range is just king here, and I think a Hydra might be outranging that Pen, so we'll see how it goes for them.
Yeah, honestly, every time I see a Hydra on this map, even in like solo queue, I like roll my eyes. I'm like, this is going to be a pain. You have to make sure that you don't just walk into that Hydra's line of fire, because that gun is surprisingly powerful at just shredding you when you don't expect it.
Absolutely. It's me. I am the solo Hydra you fear, because certainly when I see a Crab Leg, I do go Hydra. It just makes the life so much easier. And you see right off the top already a dunk there from Jouons les Extas, already on that top right. So we might be seeing a relatively quick run here as they go for that last check. And it's not going to happen. 3 members go down.
Yeah, we were talking so much about that Hydra, but it seems like Jouons here is doing pretty good job early in this game of just keeping Crash Out back, able to make a very good first push here.
Absolutely, but nothing to wince at here is that Jouons les Extas, when you take a look at their comp, very interesting here. Of course, you have a very standard pencil, an ink brush, which you will see from time to time, but a tent along with an S-Blast, kind of a little bit of a mix of meta and off meta, perhaps. But once again, they do have the Rainmaker, and they're making a run for that final check. And one thing about Crab Leg, with 1 member left on Crash Out, you still don't know if you're going to get that check, but it's looking like that might be game. No, not yet. They denied them at the very last second there.
Yeah, but still just absolutely massive push here early in this game for Jouons. Like, this is, I mentioned it last set, a tone setter, and even bigger of a tone setter this time than the last set we saw. A push to 2 points in the first 2 minutes of the game is absolutely ginormous.
Yes, I agree, but now we have a Crash Out, I think, with the Rainmaker just trying to get out of mid so far, and I'm curious to sort of wonder about what their win condition is here. I think the thing they've been struggling with most, ironically enough, is that pencil, despite the fact that they should be having, I think, the range on them. So you see they do go down here, they get a bit of 2v1ing. Perhaps that's another issue we're having, but yeah, I think if they're able to get that chess piece off the board, they might have an easier go at this first check.
Yeah, and honestly, we've been talking a lot about that Hydra splatling, but I think you'll agree that it's a lot better when you have the lead already and you need to force the other team to walk into you. But in this case here, Jouons has been able to just walk into them and really not care at all.
Yeah, I think that Hydra, not the best weapon on offense here, which they are trying to get those points down because, of course, it is just so slow, and you're just trying to check people who are overextending. But right now, Jouons, they are in the position where they're just trying to check them, if anything, right? Making sure that they are not able to get that check. So far, they do get this pop. You see the Pen bringing out that ink, and yeah, Crash Out just not able to approach so far. And we're coming in on 1 minute left in the game.
I feel like this game has kind of just flown by here. It's just been all Jouons, and as soon as they got that push to 2, they've been really, really keen to just slow the game down, just let Crash Out come to them, That honestly, right there with that huge triple splashdown, might be the biggest opening we've seen from Crash Out yet.
Yes, and we have this really critical 1v1, and they do win it. I think there is a jump there. They have not gotten that pen down, and once again, that menace that is the pen, who is the only person up, is going to deny them that check, and once again, they get another pick, and that's 3 members down from Crash Out. I think ultimately ending that push, and with 30 seconds left, they don't have much opportunity to keep going at this check.
Yeah, honestly, if Crash Out had just been slightly slower on that check dunk, just had respected that pencil a little bit more, they almost certainly would have gotten it. And then also after that, tried to just like get a quick pop or something, but still didn't really respect the pen. Able to just pick them off there, able to end that push. And with 13 seconds left in this game, it's looking very, very dire for Crash Out.
Yeah, I think that Crash Out has, in my opinion, a lot of the specials that they need in order to displace that pencil and make their life a lot easier, but they're just not being used necessarily where and when they need it. You see the brush just kind of closing out the game at the end there, but Crash Out, they had strikes, they had Booyah, they had Crab. These are all really classic specials that you want your Rainmaker to walk with. And it just seemed as though we didn't really see those come out.
Yeah, honestly, it felt like Jones was just able to kind of do almost whatever they wanted there, just able to decide, hey, we're gonna do this now, and then just do it as they please. It really felt like the only reason that they didn't KO there was simply because they didn't want to risk doing a full KO push.
Yeah, I think they definitely could have just kept jumping in there if they really wanted to. Clearly tactically decided against it, but maybe Crash Out, now that they have this data, they have to be very careful about just kind of letting them do what they want. I think that there are clear holes in the comp, especially in terms of speed, right? You have that S blast, blaster, usually quite a slow weapon. The sort of kill power and the speed of that of the brush. I think that especially with a Hydra, you can kind of just check them from afar. They don't have that much range. And Crash Out isn't necessarily, at least in that game, taking advantage of the kind of holes that they could be looking into. So we'll see if in Tower Museum they have a better hold over that.
Yeah, I think it was clear that that comp that they used with the Hydra Splatling was maybe not quite the right thing there. I'm especially thinking about how Hydra, we talked about, is really like a crab leg pick. Like, you see crab leg, you think Hydra Splatling. And I wonder if they're going to switch off of it to something that's maybe a little bit more traditional, and we might see just like a stronger game plan coming out from Crash Out.
Yes, not completely familiar with these members' toolkits, but I'm assuming if we're, as much as Hydra is a really strong pick for Crab Leg, we might either, if they are a one-trick, stick there, or pick another unconventional backline, or switch back to Pen. Taking a look at this, we do have a switch back to Pen and an Octo Brush now from the side of Juon, so it's going to be interesting seeing that Kraken absolutely terrorize everybody.
Yeah, that new Octo Brush, it's one of those weapons that I always have to like remind myself of the kit of, because that Autobomb Kraken is honestly quite good for an Octo Brush, able to just like, you know, have a lethal bomb to throw when it wants to, and then Kraken to use as like anything it wants when it really wants to. I'm a big fan of the kit on it. I'm excited to see how it plays going into this game too.
I will say I certainly do not have to look it up because of just how frustrating it is to go up against. Kraken has been put on that new shot and, of course, this Octo Brush. So you have these weapons that can just kind of get it for free. And one of the huge things is after they're done in Kraken, they can just kind of run away. These are very mobile weapons that they've been put on, and we see that happening. Juon's, while I've been sort of chatting about that, has been making their way on the tower already at this second checkpoint, and I think they're doing a really strong job of essentially locking out Crash Out with this Zuka, so it's not looking great for them so far.
Yeah, there was that Kraken that we were talking about. It went all the way into Crash Out spawn and just kind of stuck there for like maybe 15, 20 seconds. That entire time the tower was moving, and it's still moving all the way to the KO. I don't even have time to make like my full point before Juan's just like KO's. It's done. Set over.
Yeah, that is a 100-0 KO, and I don't know. I think that Crash Out was definitely in a difficult position, obviously up against that Kraken, like you said, that was in their spawn, as well as the fact that they were running a junior. Bubble, of course, a bit more defensive, very weak on retake, and with the way that they were almost being spawn camped here, I think they really could have used that retake, and perhaps their S-Blast wasn't up for long enough, but they also could have used that Booyah to just clear that tower, so really unfortunate for Crash Out.
Yeah, that's the kind of set that if when you're the on the wrong end of it, you kind of just have to throw up your arms, say, you got me, let's go to our next set. After all, this is a double elimination tournament, so they still got that loser's run.
Absolutely, Poke. They're not out of it completely, and you learn from it. You GGs go next, and I think that especially comp-wise, they probably have learned the things that they might need to sub out or that they might need going into that losers bracket. But we are done with that pretty lickety split, and so I think that we might be going to another break. So do not go too far, because we will be back. Welcome back to Paddling Pool 338. I'm Saucy here with Poke, and we're looking at. I'm wondering. I feel like I'm trying to put the heartbreak emoji in my. Versus Distinct.
Okay, I have to ask, am I missing some kind of like pop culture reference here, or is it like an acronym or something, or is it like I'm looking at Sendo.Inc. It looks like there's a fish in their team icon. Are they like abbreviating fish to just fi? Is that what's going on here?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe like there's some. I feel like I'm getting old, Poke. I don't know the memes. I don't know the jokes like I should anymore. I'm working. I'm at work. I'm not on TikTok. I don't know the jokes. So I'm sure people are having a haha, a hee hee, and I'm heartbreak emoji because I don't get it.
But they're not the only team in this match. We also got Distinct on the other side, and I've seen their name around, but like I feel like I maybe haven't seen the right tournaments because I feel like they're a really active team when I'm not looking at them.
Yeah, I think Distinct, certainly an active team. You do see them around making the rounds. And yeah, I'm definitely going to be excited for the set. I think that I could be wrong, but I think are our first seeds. So certainly not going to be an easy set for them by any stretch of the imagination, despite the fact that Distinct generally a strong team that you see placing well, but we'll see if they're strong enough to stand up to in Tower Control Museum.
Are we gonna see that the entire set? The entire set, we're just gonna be going. Oh my gosh!
I have to.
The
It's one
Mega
of the
evolves. They equipped the Mega Stone to the Fit. Oh my gosh, the masks!
Oh my gosh!
My goodness, they're running into anything they can as their comp is almost straight out of a very, very early state in the game with the double machine splash.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say to that. It feels like a gimmick comp, but just enough that it's not completely that. And I think Distinct punishing them a little bit for that because they already have the tower on the first check that I think they're going to be able to get through with ease. And I think all of the members of FIH are just having a hard time, especially you see this, they just don't have a lot of paint with this comp.
Yeah, you just have to think about how much that this core of the double machine splash has been like slowly chipped down and nerfed over time. Of course, everyone's probably thinking of that like massive fire rate nerf that the machine got a while ago. And I'm just really, really wondering how they're going to make this comp work because 1 minute into the game and it's not really working so far, but these are great, great players. They're the first seed of this tournament for a reason, and I expect that they have something up their sleeve they're going to show me.
Yeah, absolutely. I, as a machine player, I'm feeling the pain of that 5 frames that it got nerfed. However, I think it's important to also note that that means that they have double booyah. And on something like Tower, that can be really hard. You see them going down to a Zuka shot. Looked like they nicked them a little bit there, a little bit unlucky. But 3 members down on FIH, and I think a bit of a lick back, 2 members down on Distinct, means that it's just kind of a fight in mid to see who can get the control here.
Yeah, it looked like that roller they really wanted to push up onto the plat. Unfortunately for them, not going to find anything they want. Fizz going to try and get through mid here, try and get onto this tower, but they still really don't have a solid hold here. That triple splashdown is going to help, picking off that Stamper, and it looks like Fizz finally going to have their time in the spotlight, but it is 2-2 right now, so not really a great push quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think of note is I believe both of these teams are going coolerless. So I think stabilizing is a little bit difficult for both of them, as when they go down, they are definitely punished a little bit more for it. Those whales go out doing a lot of good chip work. I think those are one of the 2 booyahs that you have the possibility to see, and Tiger setting up that bubble to try and keep the space because FIH was on the back foot, but I think they might get lead here if they play their cards right.
Yeah, I was asking earlier in the match what the thing that FIH would be doing that would like help them get through this, and the answer seemed to be they put the machines, both of them, in like pretty much the same position under that ledge where the machine loves to be. When I first saw that, I was like, are you sure you want to put both of them there? But they were just able to hold that position like for so long. The tower's now moved up to the plat. It's broken that last checkpoint, and FIH might be able to rally this all the way into a KO.
Yeah, would not be surprised because, of course, you have this Jet Squelcher on high ground, and that can be really oppressive to deal with, especially because all Distinct really has is that bow to kind of protect them from this, and, of course, perhaps a well-placed Zuka if they play their cards right. But it just seems as though FIH is now in the position where they're just so oppressive with their picks, and Distinct can't seem to get their specials or get control of any of their high ground or their spawn.
Yeah, the one thing I've noticed that the machines are doing really well is just taking those exact angles that you really want to have the machine at, the exact things that made it really, really good in the first place, so that really that like fire rate nerf that we always love to talk about really doesn't matter because it's still providing such a good position.
Yeah, but I think of note, Distinct finally able to get the tower out of their spawn, put a push down. You see, we're just at the 1 minute mark. So I think, interestingly enough, we do have that big bow, but it's not the new big bow that everyone is using. Usually you see the one that has jet. So those... a lot of the specials are coming out here, and I think Distinct, unfortunately, lets this push kind of slip through their fingers as their backline goes down, and that's 2 down. They only have this booyah, so not looking good for them.
Yeah, it seemed like there was just a little bit of like a scurry there in mid, just trying to piece together anything they could, and maybe just overextending just a little tiny bit there, and FIH able to punish it. And with just 10 seconds left and 2 members down, I think Fizz gonna take this game.
Yeah, I'm thinking so too. And I think that is a delayed wipe, so no one is close enough to get to that tower. But, Distinct had such a strong showing in the beginning there. They have to be thinking that there's a way to beat them. But I wonder what it was that allowed them to get to such a low number and then, not able to fight their way out of their spawn. And we are seeing these absolutely diabolical fits here. A
the,
fifth.
the masks every time, just they always are just like, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but they catch me some level of off guard every single time without
Unsettling.
fail.
It's
Yeah,
they're
that's the
unsettling.
word,
You don't want to see
unsettling.
that in a dark alley at night, certainly.
Absolutely, absolutely. But yeah, honestly, I think this was a really good game for both teams, and we should probably have a pretty good set on our hands here. I think Distinct is obviously very, very capable of making this a very competitive set.
Yeah, we did see that strong opening, so clearly it can be done and they're able to do it, but yeah, they just lost it, and at that time it just became oppressive from fifth. So we're gonna be heading into Scorch Clams, and this is another place where staggering, not having everyone where they need to be, can just make it that the other team has a super oppressive push. Of course, you have that choke that you have to get through, but honestly, if the other team wipes you, they can just wail on your basket and finish up the game real quick.
Oh yeah, when I like to watch Scorch Clams, what I always watch for is when a team gets that first push, how much they actually get off that first push, because sometimes you'll see teams be like very desperate to just get through that choke that is that ramp up to that basket area, and then they'll just like throw the one power clam in, and that'll be it. They'll use like all of their resources just to do that one thing, and normally if that's the first push that you get, it's not a great sign for the rest of the match. I like to see when teams take it just like a little bit slower through that choke point, accumulate some more clams, get a hold of that upper ramp area, and then score a bunch in their first push.
No, absolutely. That is some fantastic analysis, because I think you do see with how difficult it is to get through that choke. A lot of teams just desperate to go in there and they say, hey, we've got that ball. And like you said, they prioritize the fact that they're getting some points on the board over the fact that, can they replicate that? And if you get swept and you go down in a wipeout, the other team, the place is big enough that the other team can just be at your basket by the time that you respawn in. Not to mention at your basket with the power clam that you just handed them, right? So, inclined to agree. A lot of these teams are going to have to hold back from the want to just go up the ramp and see if they can get clams in their pockets first.
Yeah, and of course, we've known it since day one. The big thing with Scorch Gorge is if you can get a hold on the top of that ramp area, you see it a lot in like Rainmaker especially, it honestly becomes very attacker favored to the point where like I've seen many Clam Blitz games on this map stall for like 3 minutes and then someone gets there and then suddenly it's just a KO.
Mm-hmm. It can definitely be super nasty to have especially if the other team is just very attacker, very offensive. Then, despite the fact that you're on your spawn and you have this high ground, it just doesn't feel effective on Scorch. It feels honestly sometimes just kind of hopeless having all those people just wailing at your basket, and they might take that stack as well and pick off anyone who's dropping into your court. And yeah, it can get really oppressive, and you see these nasty pushes that essentially go from 100 to 0. So hopefully with how close it was, how we saw Distinct kind of in this spawn camping sort of wheelhouse until they had the script flipped on them, we hopefully won't be seeing that.
Absolutely. As we hop into this game 2 here, Distinct down 1-0 here. we see not quite the same comp, but still a very like early Splatoon 3 comp, and it still is just like breaking my brain why we're seeing this comp in the big 2025.
It feels like Fit is giving us a bit of a Splatoon history lesson. Because I could be wrong, but I think Jet Squelcher was also really strong in Splatoon 2. So
Oh yes,
perhaps
absolutely.
this is kind of just like a callback in the comps. I love to see it, but you see that, wow, that hammer is going to cancel out that crab, but not without them just getting their lick back. Already they're by the basket, trying to make this assault here. Rafa doing a good job of sending out that tent and sort of backing them up, popping that back. So I think that Fit has to move back, which is going to be huge for Distinct. This could have spelled disaster.
Yeah, and that was honestly a situation that kind of what I was talking about earlier with like the using everything to score one power clam there. I'm really glad that Fih did not just go like rush in, sacrifice everything just to get that one power clam. They respected their enemy team and actually just was like, we'll just wait just a little bit and then we'll push even more. And honestly, right now it's looking pretty Fih.
Yeah, they avoided what I like to call brush behavior. Sometimes, no offense to brushes, but a lot of the time, especially in a clams game, the brush may just want to run in and get the ball in, and that's just kind of the objective, regardless of what that does to the score. So, speaking of scoring, Fih has been able to do that. They are probably going to hit the proverbial 60 that you want on your first push. They do it, and I think with this oppressive crab in this terrible positioning, they are now hitting, I think, that scenario we were talking about earlier, where you're just on the back foot in your own spawn.
Yeah, of course that crab tank, everyone likes to talk about how, oh, it's not as strong as it was back in the day, but like, my goodness, that thing is still so powerful, so capable of just holding that entire space there. And the first push is down to 38 remaining.
Yeah, but there's a lot of time left. We're just barely hitting the halfway mark, so Distinct definitely has the time to continue making a push. But I think that Fit is taking some really offensive positions, making it tough for anybody who's standing by their own basket, possibly getting chipped out by that machine. And I think something else we have to note is look at Fizz clam economy. They just have all the clams, basically, and it feels like Distinct has nothing. So Bridget getting that really good pick, but with two of their members down, having to jump out, it's just not looking great.
Yeah, they do get another basket break here, but they're just going to eat through the penalty, still trying to accumulate some clams. Looks like the Splash had picked up some just briefly, tossed them to the other Splash, and then they're going to dunk them. They're through the penalty, now accumulating the points off the scoreboard, and they don't even need all of their members at the front. They're just sending that Splash all the way back, getting a power clam. They're going to jump that baby in, and we're one clam away. There it is! The quick KO coming out from Fih.
Yeah, and I believe, yeah, that just sends us to a 2-0 at the moment. That knockout was brutal, and I think that preview we were talking about of how bad it can get on Scorch, and I'm so sorry, I'm just being I'm being subjected once again to that Fit there. I think that exactly what we said in the preview is exactly what sort of happened. I think that they were really good at biding their time, not falling for the brush behavior, and that got them to a pretty swift knockout.
Yeah, I will say, you always try to not be a biased commentator, but my mind really wants to root for Distinct here, simply so we don't have to see those disturbing masks on the end screen again.
Yes, Distinct. We're gonna need you to lock in, so that we are not subjected to those masks once again. And they're gonna have to do it on a Robo Ramen zones. I think one of the things we've been worried about as it pertains to Distinct, of course, they're up against a really mammoth task in terms of overturning an upset against the first seeds. But Robo Ramen, I'm thinking about lockout here because I feel like that's kind of what we were seeing in both of these games.
Absolutely. I think that Fih has kind of, when they get their hold, it took them like just a second to do it in that first game, but ever since they've just been suffocating. And of course, on zones in particular, you don't even need to push like that far up to be suffocating, and just sit in front of the zone where you love to be, just shred all the points on the board. And I think Fizz probably sitting pretty comfortable with that thought.
Yeah, I think if they're able to get into that elbow, especially with the fact that they might have those 2 crabs again, we might see a 3rd crab. You know what I mean?
Oh
maybe
my gosh.
the splashes are just overturning, or maybe they give us a bit more of a Splatoon lesson and we move into Zuka meta. Or
Oh my gosh. The Splatoon
Jet
3
meta,
meta
you know?
history throughout the course of one tournament set. Who needs that like Prochara series? That's that like great, well-produced, amazing series where we can just watch one singular tournament set to go through Splatoon's meta history.
we do have a DC, but we can take a little bit of a look at that comp. We'll see if that's actually what they're running, but I think they once again have that tent, and then they have a mini. The mini with hammer, which I think they were running before, because I remember seeing a spare hammer just get tossed in that last
There
game.
were some funny hammer throws in that last game.
So, but no changes from Fit. I think they've hit capacity on splash use.
You're telling me they can't squeeze just one more splash into there? We can't do triple splash machine just for old time's sake?
Yes, I think the time of Splatoon 2 is over. Get off the Jet Squelcher. Give us that triple crab. Might as well. And quite frankly, perhaps they're just being kind to Distinct in the way that I always say, anytime there's more than one of one special, it just feels like everybody's has it. Like when there are 3 whales, you might say even Wavebreaker. Wavebreaker, probably one of the weakest specials in the game. But if 3 people have Wavebreaker, you're going to feel it.
Oh my gosh. And then, every time when there's like multiple Wavebreakers and they throw them down, and then you're like, oh, it's Wavebreaker, it's not going to do much. And then there's multiple of them, and then suddenly you're taking a lot of damage to the Wavebreakers, and you're like, oh no.
This is like a big shot.
I'm not used to this.
When you have like 3 active big shots and you're like, well, I just can't touch the floor. The floor's lava.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think once again we see a DC. I'm not sure about the tournament rules. Perhaps we'll see if they play that out nonetheless, since they did replay, and I think it's the same member. So no, everyone's standing still. So they are ending the battle. Perhaps something, I hear European internet can just be brutal.
Yeah, and unfortunately we do play Splatoon 3, which sometimes just does this. I found that it's always arbitrary. It's always just random. Like, one person will just have an issue for like 10 minutes, and then it'll be good for the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it can just be so finicky sometimes. You're kind of in your why me era, because sometimes it just chooses you to bully for the day, but builds character, perhaps. To just know that you're not invulnerable. But I play on land, so y'all stay safe out there.
Oh, and I did also, I have received a little note from production that they found a tweet of one of the players on FI from last night, that they were indeed playing Double Splash Double Machine at one point. So they are not afraid to go full early Splatoon 3 meta. Doesn't look like we're seeing it here. Looks like they're sticking with the Jet Squelcher, but they're not afraid to do it.
Yeah, very interesting. I think that one of the members, at least on Sendo, has their display. One of the members of Bad Villain, if I'm not mistaken, has their display as the Thinker. And I saw this and I went, oh, is that Gray? A bit of an homage to Gray, perhaps. I think having the thinking pose of Gray as the profile picture. But, they're thinking on ways to maybe please the audience with that comp. Because very camp, but also very irritating to go up against. double crab, double booyah, despite the fact that they are coolerless and maybe missing out on a classic backline if that's what they're running.
And also, with the thinker, what I'm thinking of is how can we keep all 8 players in the game? Because I really want to see this game.
Yeah.
That's like my biggest pet peeve in all of Splatoon is just when teams don't get to play because of DCs. And unfortunately,
there's no way.
It looks like the same player is gone again.
Are they just gonna
was able to look at the lobby before, and they had all 8 players in, and just with the game start, they just get kicked out.
I don't even know if it's necessarily that player. It feels like it could be like the room or something at that point. I think that is going to end it. I think they're maybe not quite being rule booked yet. I think, yeah, I'm surprised. I don't know if they've like remade the room or something like that, but it seems as though the room has some sort of prejudice against one entire player. So, we'll see. Maybe if someone else remakes, or if the person being kicked, maybe if they make the room. These are the types of things that you have to do to try and damage control when Nintendo has just decided. I think we might be looking at. I don't want to say a rule book, but kind of a DQ due to this. Yeah,
Fit is completely within their own right to say that the member of Distinct here is not able to play the game, and they would have to probably forfeit this game. I think they are completely in their right to say that, because Distinct does not have 4 members that seem to be able to get in this lobby. However, as I said before, I just want to let these teams play because I love watching Splatoon!
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, but chat, it is indeed cooked. I think sometimes after the second DC, people might call it. I don't even necessarily think it's like rule booking. It's just that at that point, like, how long do you kind of stall things out so that you can play this last game? And who knows, it might lead to a game 5, but there's all of the players present, their time, and all of the players not present, their time as well. So I think that's incredibly unfortunate, because I have been the player with the internet that just keeps kicking me or TCing me. So it's even worse because it's not happening mid-game. I think at least when you get some game in, it feels better. But being bullied out of the spawn in doesn't feel great.
Yeah, it really does seem to be some issue with just starting the game, because it really just has been in that transition from game start to actually being in the physical game. I do have a little view of the lobby, and I have seen that they have indeed had all 8 players. They've all readied up successfully. There's been no issue there. And then just they load into the game and one's gone.
Yeah, apparently there's a game crashing issue. The game just keeps crashing, and then kicking her because her game just dies. So it seems as though perhaps they are not being ruled book. I think the person in question is trying to switch to their Switch 2. Perhaps this is, I playfully say, some manufactured obsolescence. Where it's like, we know you have that Switch 2. Jump on the console. Get off your Switch 1. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're not going to let you play the game until you jump on that brand spanking new Switch 2 you have in your house. So I think they are going to be switching over to that. And worst case scenario, Distinct might have to pick up a sub. Which, maybe the sub's goated. So who knows? We will see. Finally, I think it might have been Bridget who was being kicked, but Switch 2, I think perhaps this is a Switch 2 commercial. And despite how the rules go, I think we've had a switch onto Sploosh off of Machine. But, with all the waiting they've done, I think we'll allow it.
I also just caught wind that one of the splashes I saw there was also running Respawn Punisher. I am not sure if that was the case in previous games, but I did just catch a quick glimpse of that, which is That to me is
Nasty
just the
work.
choice of all time, but it seems to be working here as Fid gets a quick wipeout to start this game.
Uh, yeah, that is very difficult because, once again, a retake difficult map, so Distinct does have their tent go down. I think Fit is moving back a little bit. I think they've lost a bit of their stranglehold, especially with a member going down in zone. That's looking really good for Distinct. Of course, they move in, they put up their bubble, which is going to be huge for them. And I think they are continuing their assault probably into that elbow area. But no, they are staying in mid. So perhaps playing a little bit more carefully, which I definitely have to commend them on.
I can tell that Distinct is playing with that little bit of anger in them. That, like, they saw the sploosh come out. Some of them probably also saw the Respawn Punisher splash. And they're like, oh, we cannot lose this. It's time to play our absolute best. They're getting the lead back. This mini is... Oh, it looks like they almost had a pick there, but unfortunately for them, gonna have to disengage there. Still, though, Distinct is gonna hold this zone all the way under 39 before it flips.
Yeah, and that is a really good push, especially because right off the top, it immediately wasn't looking all that great. But finally, I think 3 members down on fifth. It's just going to be the sploosh, which is up, and as you can see, they got a triple with that hammer. So right now, I think possibly getting the clip in, getting that full quad, taking the zone back, and I think Distinct, unfortunately, once again in a difficult position where they're 2 down, and they're just trying to get out of their court, and especially with that active crab in their elbow, that's gonna be difficult to get over.
Can I just say that Hammer is like the biggest confirmation bias special in the game, because it is awful right until you get a triple with it, and you're like, this is the best special in the game. This is it. This is it. This is gonna swing every game. And also, I'm not going to comment on the various things transpiring in the game. I'm just gonna keep talking about how Hammer is just
no way.
And the battle's over.
No way. No, there's no way. Yeah. In the plot twist of the century, a member of FIH DC's.
Yeah, and there was like a ton of just like weird lobby crashing kind of lag there. I know it was switching between members, seeing them firing their weapons, and then just nothing coming out for a bit there. So
yeah, you see, there's the overlay. I feel like this is like memories. All alone, taking a look back, because I was seeing the roller just kind of standing still, and I was like, oh, is someone griefing? Are we mad? Like, what? Why the standing emoji in zone? But yeah, I think Tiger was the one who was just kind of standing there, and I'm like, oh, what's that about? And then of course you see the DC of the sploosh. So I think, they went on enough of a tirade that the Lord of Splatoon just removed them.
Yeah, they're just like, no more sploosh for you. You've lost your sploosh privileges. Just we're gonna just pinch you and just take you out of this game. Just,
yoink!
Like, throw you over into the corner. You are not allowed to play Splatoon right now.
Yeah, what an absolutely cursed set we have here, Poke, that we've been enduring here. Yeah, I the fact that we can't even get to the third game is quite wild. You have Jorian letting us know that this is like the 5th replay. I think it might be factually the 5th replay, actually. And I'm surprised that 5th wasn't like, we ball. We don't want to spend any more time on this set. The fact that they replayed, very shocked, but I think it's well within their right because they are not the ones who DC'd to start. So we're starting off again, same comps, I believe, as long as there is no tomfoolery happening, and we'll be running it back, Poke.
We're once again back here as I noticed that, yes, both splashes, in fact, are running the Respawn Punisher. So it's double Respawn Punisher splash. I didn't notice that last time. I only saw the one, but it is indeed both of them doing that.
I don't even know what to say to that. You see a hammer immediately just being tossed at that crab already. An early hold for Distinct. Bridget, once again, kind of sticking in that bottom right area, trying to check anyone who comes after them, but gets 2v1'd, and I think Fifth able to kind of do what they did in the beginning and move up to that elbow really quick to see if they can get a lockout.
And now it's really funny. The thing that I'm looking for the most here that I'm like, don't do it at all, is just DCing. That's the big thing. I just want to see this full game be played out regardless of outcome. The triple splashdown's gonna pick off that roller. Now 2 down on the side of Distinct. Faye with gonna shred a lot of points off this clock early.
Yeah, not even necessarily looking at the gameplay here. Of course, Fit is in that elbow, but what I want to know is what's going on with the routers? Are the routers okay? Are all of the lights on? Because if it's able to hold on, we might be able to see finally one of the teams get this game. But I think denying Fit this just straight knockout. We see that double into a triple, and I think much like we saw last game, the Sploosh gets yoinked straight out there.
Yeah, that's Sploosh doing pretty much exactly what they wanted to do, and just being exactly on top of every single person and just saying, you're dead, and you're dead, and how about you? You too? Yeah, you're dead.
Oh. I actually thought I saw Fake here just kind of shooting forward, and I was like, oh no. You know, I was afraid that there were no bullets coming out. I guess I'm on internet watch at this point. But, you know, once again, Fit doing what they do and just putting on an immense amount of pressure on Distinct. Of course, a bubble comes out. That's going to be super useful. But with 2 of their members down, I think at this point they're just getting spawn camped, and they're maybe delaying the inevitable a little bit here.
Yeah, that big wipeout there is almost certainly going to seal this game and this set for Faye. After just a couple just some very minor internet and connectivity and game crashing issues, as just we have one more cherry on top. The connection to the host has been lost right at the very end.
Oh my gosh.
So guess what? We don't have to see those masks.
Yeah.
We don't have to see them.
We all clap. We you know, one way or another, we got out of the set not having to see the masks. I think that is a win for us all. In some way, you know, even maybe a win for Distinct, even if it's not on the scoreboard. So I think we've all won. We've escaped the masks, and we've escaped the DC the DC pit we've been in. So really, this win is for all of us.
Yeah, I don't know. Just like, did Robo Ramen's router, like you mentioned, if the router's okay? Was it specifically like, this is like the cafe, and the router's really old because the cafe's been around for like so long, and it just like broke in the middle of a Splatoon game?
Yeah, that's why everybody uses it for competitive Splatoon play, because people, you know, they can't get any work done on their laptops or their phones. There's just not great internet, so they're like, we might as well bust out the buckets and start like turfing. And you have on the replay that your connection to host has been lost at the end there. So a brilliant ending to a brilliant set. Yeah.
Yeah, truly the set of all time is what I like to say.
A set of all time for sure. And you know, speaking of needing to eat lunch, I think we might have a little bit of a break, maybe get a nibble. I'm not quite sure, because honestly, with how long that took, wouldn't be surprised if everything's just queued up for the next one. But I'm just going to blindly say it. We will be taking a break, and you know, maybe we'll get a little bit of munch while we're gone. Welcome back. Did you miss us? We're back here for Paddling Pool 338. Of course, I'm still Saucy, still here with Poke. We're looking at France versus Blanks. And hopefully no DCs this time.
Yeah, I can say with my lovely Midwestern accent, France.
France! Is it France or is it... I should check whether they're from... Yeah. I just assumed they were German. But...
It's likely France, but I'm just making a little joke because it's very funny how much my specific Midwestern accent that I have does that to words.
Well, I have no time to check. Franz, perhaps they are France, and they're just gonna have to deal with me calling them that, I guess. But taking a look at these loadouts, interestingly enough, we do see that that V charger, and quite frankly, I can tell you, especially watching what was happening, the super jump. We've been seeing a little bit of V charger on Rainmaker for that back, so definitely excited to see that here, especially I think from our second seeds.
Yeah, I was honestly really worried when I saw that VAC change coming, because one of the big issues with VAC for a long time was being stuck in VAC, and I was worried that Nintendo was just gonna be like, have 50 more HP of ability to suck, and then it was gonna be actually like worse for VAC overall because you'd be stuck in VAC. But no, it was like a 50% HP buff, and my goodness, that has been tremendous in making VAC into like a honestly very good special in Rainmaker especially.
Yeah, but not good enough, apparently, to stop Blanks from getting that check. You see that they've been super dominant. Multi doing their namesake and getting more than one pick here. 2 members down, and right now I think that Franz is in a very dire position because defending on Scorch Rainmaker, it's kind of impossible. Like, a lot of the time you have to low-key get the wipe or stagger them just as Franz has done. So finally they're in mid, and I think that's huge for them.
Yeah, big opening statement here from, is it Blanks Z, like with a Z sound, or is it Blank Z? Or wait,
apparently it's Blanks. They themselves have said that.
Okay.
Honestly, much to my chagrin, because I see the Z, it's capitalized, and I feel I should say it.
Although I do have to make the American joke, the joke that Americans always make when they see that letter. Is it Blank Z?
Oh, absolutely not. I will not give them Blank Z, even if it is Blank Z. I will not be saying that. So luckily, you know what? Maybe I do have to back the fact that it's Blanks, because at least there is consistency with their name. But you see that they run that Rainmaker, and they're able to eke out the points down to 20. And quite frankly, I think it's interesting. Not only are we seeing this V charger, but they're scoped. And I'm wondering how that's kind of working for them, because I actually think the amount of time it takes to get that shot in might be doing them a bit of a disservice.
Yeah, just maybe. And of course, the VAC, everyone loves to see it when the Rainmaker is, pushing. You get that VAC ahead of that Rainmaker just able to run through it, but they really haven't had a chance to do that in this game at all yet, and so that special has really not gotten, like, hardly any value for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you love it on that push, but VAC is just, like, a little bit... I mean, obviously it has its uses on defense, but, like, certainly not what you need when you're being absolutely pressured and you're scoped, so you can't necessarily get those shots in as quickly as you'd like. But Franz is in that mid. They're poised to take it. Of course, they have to kind of get these picks first before they're able to run it. And I think with 2 of their members going down, at this point, Franz is just playing a lot of damage control.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this point where I just stare up at the clock, I glance at it, I'm just like, there's still a lot of time left in this game, right? And the answer is no, there is under a minute and a half left in this game, and it's been all blank so far, just keeping the pressure up the entire time. And Franz, sorry, my Midwestern accent coming through again there. Just trying to piece something together here.
Yeah, but we have that triple, and I think that it's just the vacuum up, and it's not going to be enough against that Tetras. So right now we're looking at right under a minute left, and I think even with that can't be a crab on top right. I thought I saw a crab on top right. Obviously that's impossible because there is no crab on Franz, I think. But I think there's just a lot coming at them, and with only 30 seconds left, I just don't know how they're gonna get out of this.
And of course, if they really lose the Rainmaker here, which it looks like they're not going to do because there's a wipeout, but if they have any like kind of misstep in this push here, then of course they can take it to that lovely Scorched Gorge spot, which triggered some very choice words from the Riptide crowd in particular.
You know, I was at Riptide, but I was not in that crowd, so I can't necessarily speak to that. But I think with 2 members down of Franz, they are just not going to win the day as it pertains to that pop. They pick it up, but all goes down in the face of a Reef Slider. So Blank's able to kind of give the kiss of death at the end there and close it out after quite a dominant game.
Yeah, it's really funny how it was like a GG Reef Slider. Like, when's the last time you've heard GG Reef Slider of all things? But
Perhaps
it really
so.
was a situation where it was just a complete checkmate. Like, the Rainmaker is sitting there, I am going to Reef Slider it, you can do nothing, the game is over.
Yeah, the time to sort of deal with that was right before it was popped or to cancel them. So once it's gone out, there's just not much that can be done. And you saw that how that happened. Now, as much as I liked seeing that that splat charger, I don't think it really did much for them. If anything, it felt like a bit of a hindrance. And I'm always really excited to see that sort of vac cheese that you can do with the Rainmaker, but it's just not so strong on defense. So I'm assuming we're going to see a switch, but I think that were they coolerless? No, they had a zap. So we'll see if they switch to a pencil, or perhaps it's because they might be running leader next time. We'll see.
Ooh, I was talking very early in this block about how much I like seeing that leader zap pairing, and if that comes out, I'll have to comment on it. But of course, I think from what I've heard, if you play a vac on a mode that's not Rainmaker, Clamblitz is kind of the second. It's a little bit different how they're playing vac on clams from what I've heard, but I would also not be surprised if they still tried to stick that V charger.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think that while I can see it, I think that this is a little bit less useful on a Barnacle in time, right? Of course, the vac cheese kind of still stands with the fact how you can just sort of escort the power clam holder. But at the end of the day, I think that there are a lot of ways where you can just kind of get behind a vac user in a place like Barnacle and Dime that is so big. So we'll see if they're still going to rely on that, or if they're going to switch off, which they are. Interestingly enough, I think we are seeing a V heavy.
I mean, you won't hear any complaints from me. I'm a Splatling fan, and I feel like Heavy is always in that position where it's always good, but not quite good enough for a lot of teams. But still, the teams that are able to use it and justify it, I feel they do very, very well with it.
Yeah, V Heavy, I think, kind of falls victim to the fact that obviously the entirety of the Splatling class gets a little bit countered by Charger. Not a little bit, a lot of it countered by Charger, especially as an edit player. I feel that myself, and I think that Heavy just has kind of, it's a victim of its kits, to be honest. But one thing of note is that, of course, they are running 2 Splatlings. They have that Nautilus as well. And I'm curious to see how this works out for them, because you tend to not want to run 2 Splatlings because of the downtime in between charges. So we'll see if that's an issue, if they end up being run down, especially up against Tetras, or if it works out for them.
Yeah, I think the big thing with that, like, Splatling downtimes on the charge thing is that if you're, like, really, really coordinated, you can, like, kind of stagger the charges a little bit, but it's so hard to do because, like, you can't say anything to do that. There's no words that will say, charge right now to stagger our charges that are actually going to work for any length of time. But if you can pull it off, you can kind of just build a wall of bullets against the enemy team.
Yeah, but I think so far, not necessarily what we're seeing here. Multi, of course, getting a pick, going in here under the basket to see perhaps if they could get that jump in, not going to work out for them. Seeing as though France has done a really good job of cleaning up their court area, and they're moving on to their plat now. So I think they've done a fantastic job of what could have been a really sustaining push from Blanks, but I don't know. Perhaps a clip was taken there because I was a little bit worried about the Wi-Fi, but sometimes you just need to get your clip in.
Oh, the hammer! Oh my gosh, I saw it just on the edge of the screen there. I saw it just flying right off the top and coming straight down to get a kill. That's going to be absolutely massive. Franz now is going to be pushing into this enemy basket, gonna score, but two members are going to go down, and it's just going to be the power clam that gets it in.
Yeah, that is kind of unfortunate. We are hitting the 2.5 minute mark, which I think may make it impossible for a replay to happen because there is a DC from Blank. So they're going to have their work cut out for them now that I'm trying to remember who it is necessarily that they're missing. It's going to be the Tetras, who we saw Multi doing a lot of work and definitely almost got them an initial push with points on the board. So that's going to be devastating, not only to be in a 3-4 scenario, but to be missing their Tetras.
Yeah, I feel like the Tetras are kind of that really aggressive piece of that comp that like really holds everything together, and a lot of things that they're doing, especially like with that junior, is kind of to service the Tetras. So when that Tetras is suddenly gone, it's like, what's the game plan here? You can paint the floor pretty well with just your 3. You can fight a little bit, like that Splattershot Pro that we see getting a pick. And that heavy edit spotling, of course, is very capable if you get the right angles on people. But, like, how do you really break through the enemy team?
Well, we see them kind of starting with those missiles. Of course, you can just kind of displace them, and we saw a little bit of that there. I think it's actually a testament to Blanks' skill, that the fact that they're like in mid, they're not necessarily just being farmed in their own spot. And you see a double here, going to put them on a little bit more even footing in terms of the numbers game, but they are playing very careful. They know that it's a lot more punishing for them to possibly like lose people, but you see, unfortunately, they fumble that second ball. They could have gotten the lead if they jump that in, but very promptly, Franz is there, ready to see if they can make an attempt on that basket.
Yeah, but honestly, they get pushed out like pretty quickly there. They really just gave Blanks like all of the space that they desired. I'm curious as to why they were so keen on doing that. I know that you have the lead, but like, we just saw Blanks do a kind of like that little cheesy play of just sending someone in and then just doing that power clam jump as a second DC has hit the Splatoon match.
Oh my gosh, I think that this is so anti-Blanks. This feels like targeted, like perhaps Blanks is being like DDoSed or something. Like did someone on Blanks just piss off someone at Nintendo? Because you know, I don't even know what to say here. I can't believe I almost felt like we kind of had a game going, despite the fact that it was 3-on-4, and then you know, the powers that be said absolutely not. We're gonna rapture away another teammate.
The rapture is coming, but just to take you out of Splatoon games and nothing else. That's what it actually meant, is that no one is going to be able to stay in a Splatoon game for any consistency.
Yeah, you see, remember that hammer toss that we saw that just absolutely sniped that one player, and this is, I think, when we see the DC happen, extremely unfortunate, because despite the fact that I think that brings us to a 1-1, tying it up, just unfortunate to see that with Blanks doing a really good job of fighting back. That I don't know. It's just sad to see.
every time it goes to like a 1-1 score, I'm always like, we got a set on our hands. And that's like the big thing. That's like the always the narrative that I always build, but like it doesn't feel justified to say that when that's the game that led it to be 1-1.
Yeah, certainly does not feel great, but you know what? At this point, I'm like, I don't know if I'm looking at Franz versus Blanks, um, or EU versus Internet. I think that, or perhaps versus Nintendo, because it seems as though there's just it feels very personal poke. Like that could be just me, but after that last set and now into this set, it feels as though there's some guy in a chair on a computer somewhere just like DDoSing our players. Like this is crazy.
Yeah, we were talking last set about like maybe Robo Ramen had like a bad router. Maybe like there's too many people at the mall today and they have like no bandwidth or something.
Wait, Poke, could it be that Robo Ramen is located in Barnacle and Dime Mall?
Ooh, that's a good point. And have you ever had your phone just like connect to the wrong Wi-Fi network constantly? I imagine like they just connect to the wrong Wi-Fi network, they connect to the Robo Ramen network, and then the Robo Ramen network just like kabloom.
Yeah, and I think Robo Ramen just might be like the food court. Really, that's in the mall. It's probably like on the ground level or somewhere like deeper in there. So I think I might agree with you, Poke. It's just a case of like there's a kind of dummy Wi-Fi that your phone just keeps auto-connecting to. You're begging your phone, hey, do not connect. Forget this network. And your phone's just like, absolutely not. I just want to connect to it. And then you immediately just get spirited away because the internet you're connecting to just doesn't work. It's dead.
Yeah. So hopefully we are going to move into the lovely suburban shopping mall here with Mako Mart. Because like there's probably a giant parking lot around Mako Mart. There's not a lot of other buildings, not a lot of other people around. So hopefully that means everyone's going to have that rock solid connection, the bandwidth they need to play the game, and everything they need to have 8 players through 5 minutes plus maybe overtime.
Yes, but we are seeing a ZF here, which is super fun to see. I myself fancy a ZF on my team. So really good and underrated on a Mako Mart because you've got that wall keeping you safe on the stack. People are going to be sloshing at you and you have your wall up. And of course, this is tower. You have those GG strikes. So once again, it is scoped. So we'll see how that works out for them. But so far, Franz with an early lead on the board.
Yeah, and of course we were questioning a lot about Franz in that last game because they did have the advantage of the DCs at the end there. But coming out swinging early in this game, able to break that first check, and that's a first check that isn't quite a welcome mat like it is on some other maps. That's a check that you actually have to work to break.
Yeah, one of the things I really love about Mako Mart is that I actually remember on Splat Chat I was speaking about how snowbally some of the some of the tower control maps can be, and I remember it was said that all tower control maps are just snowbally. That's just what the mode is like. And I actually think that that is not true for Mako Mart. I think that there are a lot of places where you can contest the tower, and so you're very rarely going to see a 100-0 knockout in a Mako Mart like you might say a ship shape. So far we see Franz with a really good opening despite the fact that they lost the lead here, and both teams have broken the first checkpoint, but neither has able to get any work done on that second. So we'll see if it just kind of stays neutral like this. It might for the rest of the game.
Yeah, just breaking the checkpoint, kind of evening out the game. We're back to a relatively even game here. Literally 1 point in the scoreboard. That Carbon's going to try and get the lead, but they're going to get picked off, only get 1 point, and the lead's not going to swap. But honestly, I highly, highly doubt that the final score of this game is going to stay at what it is on your screen right now.
I'm inclined to agree, and if it does, I'm sure we're in for an absolute bloodbath. Because, speaking of bloodbath, I think we see a double coming out of Nom Nom there. I think on is is that a V roller? I think so. It's not on
Yes.
that carbon. So right now there's just like a lot of fighting coming out. You see those strikes, and quite frankly, it just feels as though this has been a lot of just main weapon use. I could be going a little bit crazy here, but you're not seeing that many specials really come out, contest tower or get those picks. It's just been a lot of people locking in and getting the picks that they need, like you've been seeing here out of Rhyme. Whoa.
Yeah, that 52 gal just be able to get up on this deck. They're such a strong position on this map, and even though it really looked dire for them, they were like the only one on their team alive there. They were able to just hold it down, get a pick, and now this push for Franz is continuing.
Yeah, I think we got to see a bit of the clutch gene activating in that moment, being able to get people down despite being alone. But Franz continues to that last checkpoint, and you see they're already making their way on it. Two of their members go down, but I think with that Zuka, they're trying to kind of hold the space until their members are going to come in. But Dom Tendo, with this absolutely stellar flank, getting two down and shutting that down. So finally, I think that's a bit of respite there for Blanks.
Yeah, and honestly, we've been talking a lot throughout this set that like Blanks has been like the team to like beat in this set, unless they had a DC on their team. But this match has really swung the momentum in Franz's favor, and now it's Blanks to respond here. This push doesn't really look like it's going to amount to much. They try to push that tower with some members down, and Franz is just able to flush them right back out again. The timer's going to tick under a minute.
Yeah, I don't even know what it necessarily is. I think they're just getting their picks. You see a double here coming out of Ash. Phenomenal work on that Scope ZF. And with us very quickly approaching 30 seconds, they have those whales. I think they have really good specials to go. It's going to be a wonder how Blanks is going to be able to come back from this. And what's interesting is that both teams have a roller, but we're not seeing that much AoE, which you tend to see here. So I'm wondering what the win condition really is, especially with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, and of course that Firefin scope there has these strikes ready. They're probably, if they get threatened here, just gonna like jump out, but they're just not even really being threatened there. They're just gonna throw the strikes on the tower with 3 seconds left, close out the game. It goes to overtime because someone had a little toe on the tower, but Franz there able to just, get on the tower and close it out.
Yeah, that is a picture perfect finish there for Franz. I think that's exactly really what you want to see when you have those GG strikes, because, as much as, I love to see that turnaround there on that fist bump, but as much as obviously they are GG strikes, I think we've all seen someone fumble a GG strike. Sometimes their timing's not right, and there's enough time for people to jump off, jump back on, and keep it going. Sometimes you kind of miss the tower. You go a little bit too early, so getting that wipeout at the end, I think the cherry on top, really. Icing on the cake.
Yeah, GG strikes in particular, I have blown some people's minds by showing them the very basic clip of just spacing out the strikes such that they cannot physically get on the tower as the overtime timer ticks down. And they're like, oh, that makes so much sense. I've been just throwing them on the tower as fast as I can.
People are like, oh, the true GG is just kind of throwing them all in succession, when I think we saw that perfectly. An execution there. I think that should be hung up in a museum, that you get the one, you see the people go on, one person got chipped and went down, the second one they waited it out, and there came that third one at the end, getting them the wipeout because they knew they had no time left. So moving into a completely different map mode, we're looking at Zone's Wahoo, and all I can say to that poke is better than me.
Yeah, this feels like a map that I haven't really seen in all modes map lists in a pretty long while personally. But of course, you do still see it in zones only. It is honestly not a bad zones map, it's just that there's a lot better, in my opinion, zones maps in the game.
Yeah, certainly not what I want to see. Interestingly enough, we have that Nautilus that Correct me if I'm wrong. I would almost expect to see perhaps Gold Knot here with the splashdown. I think a lot of people tend to like it for um, the cheese on zone, as well as I think on Wahoo in particular. If people are trying to walk in to your side from the zone, you can just kind of splash down and deny them a lot of space. But we do see that bubble coming out, and so far I think Fran's able to make a really strong starting hold there. But you can't afford to get wiped here because the amount of time it takes to get back into zone, it's just so not worth it.
Yeah, and also I think the Wahoo World Zone is like the poster child for a dead zone for like the entire game of an area that you do not want to stand in for any real like long length of time, because if you get picked in the zone, it's like pretty easy for a defender who's like pushing onto the zone to pick you if you stay there. And then also it's smack on the middle of the zone, and if when you die, you paint the zone, and it's probably gonna flip.
Absolutely. So it's hard because you're wanting to fight the people that are standing there, but if you die in zone, you could be really screwing yourself over. And you see 3 members down from blanks. Despite that fact, they are able to jump in relatively fast and still keep the zone in this neutral. They do eventually lose it, but I think they did a marvelous job of running down the timer to just kind of give them less time, because I think when it comes to Wahoo World, with how big it is, a lot of it is about time at the end of the day and how much of it you can essentially waste. And we're going to see those missiles coming out. We do see this bubble as well. Lots of specials, lots of neutral, and I think Blank's losing the day at the end here.
Sorry, I just need to like go back to the it's all about time comment that you just made there. That was a Wahoo timer joke, wasn't it?
It was not. It wasn't. I promise.
It wasn't.
No pun intended.
I didn't know there was a timer.
We see literally right on the screen, I think our streamer Dorian making sure that we can see that Wahoo timer in clear view here, but not relevant here in zones. And Franz saying, I guess blank's not relevant to us because that is going to be, I think, the set really. I think that's a 3-1.
Uh-huh. Franz really proving there that that game that they won kind of because of those DCs was not really just like a fluke at all. That they indeed have the capability to win and even kind of dominate these last game.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic showing there from Franz. We're going to take a look at the instant replay. Honestly, everything was just so all over the place. I feel like we were just kind of having a bit of a chat there on our comps because it was just one person after the other, a bit of neutral, changing of hands. And now at the very least, you can see on the replay some of the better plays we saw into the end of the game.
I really like the timing that you said better plays as soon as the Wahoo timer was on the screen. The Wahoo timer was truly the best play of the entire game, was just acknowledging the timer's existence. All hail the Wahoo timer.
That's when I tell you, and you can replay to check me on that. When I said playing on Wahoo is all about time, I said that with my whole chest. No pun intended. When you're like, can we go back? I'm like, did I miss a play? Did something happen on screen that I didn't? I didn't even think about it. And what's wilder is this is zone, so you don't really have to even worry about the timer there. It's still on screen, not counting anything really.
Of course. But anyway, with that set, I don't even know what word to like add to the word set there to describe it. It's gonna wrap up that set. We're gonna toss it over to a quick break, and Paddling Pool will be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to Paddling Pool 338. I'm Sasu.
And I'm Poke, and we once again have Feh and Franz on stream for you all.
Yeah, something about, you know, the heartbreak. It's in a like the way you say the name. But speaking of heartbreak, the first map mode we're going to be looking at is Tower Haggle, and if it were me, my heart would be breaking because I hate this map mode.
I actually, this is like the first thing that I've just like disagreed with you on. I am a big
Ooh.
enjoyer of this map mode personally. I don't know, I like this one more than Zones on Haggle personally.
Oh, that's interesting. I think that might be a hot take. I think me hating it may be a little bit hot, but I think that everyone loves his own Haggle for sure. At least for me, we're talking about tower maps that are a little bit snowbally. I think that Hagglefish, while not as bad as perhaps a ship shape, it can just be so difficult. Obviously, I think you get to that second check where, there's a bit of a scuffle at the top right, whether you can break that. But I think once you're past that check, you just kind of have it made in the shade. It's very difficult to stop the tower.
Yes, and I also do have to warn that we may see an early Splatoon 3 comp come out once again from Feh. And there it is, the double splash coming out again, but at least a little different weapons to what we saw on stream last time. We got the scoped leader and the custom jet squelcher.
Yes, once again, Mega Fih coming at you with the respawn punisher on that splash. And we'll see how Fih does with their double backline comp. Once again, bit of a history lesson having that jet squelcher there. But I think that Franz has done a really good job, I would say, of making quick work of the members of Fih, but Mega Fih punishing them with that respawn punisher, getting the appropriate picks. So already they're at checkpoint 1 and seeing what they can do with this push.
Yeah, every time we mention the jet squelcher history lesson, I just have like, you know that one clip where he's like Akira, and then the flash, leave me alone. But like to the specific Starfish main stage and the famous clip that everyone always plays of just sitting there in the back and then charging the missile and then putting off. Thank goodness we no longer have that in Splatoon 3, and honestly, Jet Squelcher is a pretty kind of cool weapon because of how it kind of plays a weird hybrid style between being like a straight up anchor and then sometimes actually goes in and fights a little bit up closer. But either way, we now see Franz here with a push of their own. They're gonna break the check and get that lead.
Yeah, I myself do have C-Jet 5-star, so I love to see a jet, but of note, Franz has gotten to that second checkpoint. You see that they fall off there, and we neglected to mention it. Franz has the new charger, the one that has the crab, which honestly I'm surprised does not get more play. I know people have a bit of an aversion to like the splat charger, even though I think CF has its merits. Of course, we're seeing more of that back use, but having a crab is huge, and I think it is the crab on the other side. They said, you might have a crab, we've got two. And you see Mega Fih closing it out with that wipeout.
Yeah, I feel like we've been talking about that crab charger, and when that was coming out, there were so many people casting that thing up and how it might have been like the best charger kit. But what we've really seen is that it's kind of hard to slot into comps at times. This kind of comp is really the only thing that we really see with it. And unfortunately for them, it's not really working out here. Fizz gonna break this last checkpoint, and you've mentioned tower snowballs, and here's one right here. Fizz gonna take a pretty dominant game one, all things considered.
Yeah, honestly, I think at the end of the day, it comes down to that second checkpoint. Once they broke it, I was like, I think that's pretty much GG's, not only because they just have a fantastic amount of momentum, but we have to take into account these absolutely diabolical fits that we're seeing on screen, as well as the fact that two of the members have a crab, right? And we saw them crab in incredibly aggressive positions that just made it impossible for Franz to just kind of find their footing. So they will be taking that game, and we're headed in to Robo Ramen zones. And I must remind everyone to tell their phones to not connect to that Wi-Fi, so we do not see DCs.
Oh my gosh, I just the flashback immediately to earlier in this very same tournament of just the bad Wi-Fi of Robo Ramen. I really, really hope we do not see a repeat where we have to replay, what was it, like 5 times? Just
Yeah.
a nice, clean, just get that.
Yeah, and
Hopefully
Fit
they
was
got
one
a
of the
new router.
teams, no?
They got a new router. Yes, Fit was one of the teams. But yeah, hopefully they got a new router at Robo Ramen so the teams can connect to Robo Ramen and play this game successfully.
Yeah, I think it's hard to even discuss, what comps we're going to be seeing and how that's going to play into things when we just have this looming threat of disconnects over the entire game. But you see no switches out of and I think there is switches, of course, from Franz. Of course, we see that pencil a little bit more of a conventional pick, and quite frankly, a conventional comp all around.
Well, no, unlike the last time that I looked at the abilities that the Fit team was wearing, both splashes do not have Respawn Punisher. It's only one this time, but the leader now has Respawn Punisher, which at least to me makes at least a little bit more sense to be running Respawn Punisher. But unlike last time we saw this exact same team on this exact same map mode, it's not double Respawn Punisher Splash.
Yeah, but now that they're contending with a pencil, I think pencil just negates Respawn Punisher, right? So if the pencil is able to get out like a proper amount of coolers, it may just kind of negate half of those main abilities. Really, you see a sort of trick shot not go off there out of Anthony, who is on that leader, and right now Fit has like a pretty solid lead, and especially with 3 members going down, I'm not quite sure they know where Rhyme is down there. They might not just completely be pushed into spawn. Maybe there are some flanks and some things that they can do, especially because you see Rhyme coming up this flank right now.
Yep, gets this Crab out right behind them, and that's going to do some big damage, getting 2 picks. Crab is still out, maybe able to just get some little chip on that third one, keep him back, keep the zone in their color. And that's honestly a huge flank from that Splash player there. Now Franz is going to have a chance to take some big, big points off this board.
Yeah, huge. I think this Splash here not quite getting the same amount of value that we saw out of that other Crab that was flanking. Nom Nom going up there trying to play for life, especially as a roller, but being the last person up, they're going to go down. Unfortunately, there is not a flanking Splash to bring them back this time, but they were able to get a few points on the board. So I think if they lock in and they be really strategic about how they get the members of Fit down, they might be able to get something going, but not if they continue to stagger.
Yeah, there's a little bit of crab on crab violence there, but one of them actually falls off the back of the little perch they had on there. And I am not going to elaborate further on the little worried that we just saw. Robo Ramen, please, your router, make sure it's do you have like some updates to run of some sort? I don't even know. But we get to the end of the game. A clean, no disconnects.
Yeah, very proud of our players' routers sticking out through the game here. We do see a pretty strong run at the end, Fit just closing it out before any of them could DC. And yeah, just I think the name of the game that we're seeing is that Fit just had a lot of offensive power, and they were essentially able to just bully Franz into not being able to get out of their court.
I will say, Fit looks very comfortable overall. Like, I think the one specific moment where I knew that they were, like, completely secure in what they were doing is when the leader went for a 360 on, like, basically nobody. They just kind of were like, I'm doing a 360, and if I hit someone, then it's a clip. And if I don't, who cares? I'm better anyway, so I'm just gonna win the game anyway.
Yes, little did they know we were watching from their point of view. I'm sure they were like, it's inconsequential if I don't hit the 360. I regret to inform them that we did see them shoot nothing. But But, doesn't matter because ultimately they won the game. So we're moving into, once again, Rainmaker Museum. And we saw before that sometimes it may open with a very dominant game. It may seem open and shut, but all the other team needs is one good push. And next thing you know, you're seeing the other team get the entire game.
Yeah, I do have to wonder. Last time Fit was on stream and they went up 2-0, they brought out the Sploosh. And Sploosh is known for being a Rainmaker weapon at times. It's got pretty good damage on the shield. The hammer can do hammer things. Are they feeling comfortable enough? Because it kind of seems like that might be a little bit of a troll, kind of. Are they going to bring it out here again, just for fun?
Honestly, I have seen some strong teams. I think there might be some people who have a pocket sploosh or something. It may seem like a throw, but I think in the right hands, someone could say that their comps up to now have seemed like throws, right? So we do see a brush. Interestingly enough, they switch off of the double backline. Instead, of course, putting in that splat charger, no doubt for the back. But Fick, our new brush, immediately goes down, and they're facing down the barrel of a leader, which can be especially threatening on Museum.
It's just so funny how you see that brush come out, and of course you want to watch what the brush does on opening, because brushes are known for doing funny things on opening, and then they jump into the water. Oops!
Oh! I didn't even catch that. Wow.
Yeah, they went for the flank, and they fell into the water on the opening there.
Yeah, true brush behavior, perhaps. Just flying a bit too close to the sun, but you see that back coming out, not pushed up close enough. It's interesting. Fit had a lot of specials out. We saw that crab, among other things, and they get wiped for it, essentially. I was thinking that this might have just kind of been a free walk to the end, but Franz said, I think there are second seeds. They are not to be trifled with.
Oh, absolutely. And I do just find it very funny, the juxtaposition of me talking about the ink brush, failing and flopping under the water, as Fit pushed immediately to 12. But still, Franz here now pushing past the check all the way to 30. Looks like they're going to have a little bit of trouble trying to pick all the members off, but it looks like they will get the pop here. They have an opportunity to push it further, trying to get the squid roll in, but by 1 point, they won't get the lead.
And that is absolutely tragic, especially because they get the wipeout, shutting down Franz's opportunity to possibly see if they could do a little bit more. And I think we're seeing some trolling happening surprisingly early. We still have 3 minutes left on the clock, so I think that Fit right now, they're just kind of holding that Rainmaker so Franz can't have it, because they're essentially forcing them to go all the way to the spawn to possibly get that pick. But on the other hand, as much as this may be trolling and very annoying Rainmaker play, at the end of the day, they are leaving the other team with a 3v4, right? So they might be doing something that's really hard, but I think they're going to explode here. So they might just have to reset to mid to get that Rainmaker.
Yeah, this kind of putting the Rainmaker back this far, this early, and just letting the other three just play the game is just a statement of, I think I'm better than you, come at me, kind of deal. And if you can't do that, then you get this, where a minute has been shredded off the clock, you still have the lead. If you get the Rainmaker, you could probably do similar things again. But of course, seeing that, Franz is definitely like, hey, that's not cool. We're gonna be motivated to win this gosh darn game.
Yeah, you do, when you play like this, run the risk of just firing up the other team, getting them mad or irritated at you. And, sometimes they play harder, but sometimes that also messes with their mental. So we'll see here, just under 2 minutes, how that does end up manifesting. But so far, you're like, this is a bit of a troll play, but I would argue we've seen some very interesting comps coming out of them. So I think that Fit will just kind of do what they want, seemingly, and we're seeing if that's going to necessarily pay them back. Because with this crab out, I think Franz might be poised to get this lead here. We'll see.
Ooh, they are able to pick off the Rainmaker there, preventing that run forward, and the lead still has not shifted. But Franz still has all their members here. The leader has gone down, and that Rainmaker drops right off the ledge, and that push is pretty much dead instantly.
Yeah, absolutely tragic for Franz there. We are at the 1 minute mark, and dropping that is going to lose them a lot of time. And I think you have what is not the leader, but the vac charger just kind of picking people off on their plat. And I think that people just kind of walking around, not quite sure what this is about. Maybe these are the chargers just saying, well, whatever. So I think these are both of the charger players, but if it works for them, so be it, I suppose.
I don't even know what's going on in this game anymore. I still think this is a very, very winnable game for Franz here. And kind of going in this mode of like, hey, let's just do a little kind of squid party thing. Not quite sure that was the thing that they needed. But because of that, their push is going to fizzle out. There's 10 seconds left. Fizz going to be able to pick up the Rainmaker and just hold it there. Close out the game, close out the set, and earn themselves a spot in Grand Finals.
Yeah, finishing it off in style with a double there. Fizz having an absolute clean sweep of a 3-0. Practically very sad to see, because even though we saw some goofing around, perhaps, the other team saw the writing on the wall. But it was a close game. Literally, if they had walked a little bit, just a little tiny bit more, then that just would have been it, and Franz would have been able to keep themselves alive there. So perhaps we would have seen a different end to that if they just had that extra step in.
Yeah, I do believe when we saw Franz pushing, they actually did get it to 12 remaining, but that's where they were picked. We're actually going to see it right here. And yes, they did indeed. Just you blink and you'll miss it. They did get it to the exact tie, but of course, in Splatoon, whoever gets to that score first wins the tiebreaker in the scoreboard. So that literally just one step decided the game.
Yeah, and that is the intrigue of Rainmaker. Despite the fact that they were holding it all the way back there, you kind of saw some goofing off from both of these back lines, just kind of walking around with their specials, I guess. It was quite a close game for a lot of that. So I think that goofing off, maybe silly comps be damned, it was quite an exciting game to see, especially because I thought we might see a lead switch at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. But regardless, Fizz has now almost swept their way entirely to Grand Finals. I'm just taking a quick glance at the bracket. They have dropped one game all day, and they're sitting in the winner's side of Grand Finals.
That's the kind of record that makes you feel confident going double splash, having a Jet Squelcher on your team, playing it in a way that's a bit suboptimal. Clearly, they have earned it with their win record, but just like that game, I think that is going to be it for you and I, Poke.
Yes, absolutely. It's always tradition whenever we finish a con block. Where can the lovely people find you?
Well, of course, the people can find me at Sasu in Your Pants, basically on all social media, SASUIN, the letters UR Pants. As I said, I think the last time I was commentating, I am here because I've got the day off, so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to commentate as much as I used to for Dapple Productions, sort of streams here, but really glad to be here, and hopefully I get to jump on again soon. But Poke, let me know your socials, give me your plugs, let me hear it.
You can find me at YokoPoke pretty much everywhere except for Twitter, which needs an underscore. However, I don't use that platform anymore. Oops, ignore the thing that's right below my icon. Just go to yokopoke.bluesky. That's where I'm actually looking at things.
Yeah, and with that, we have two commentators that are going to be coming up and doing the rest of this tourney for you. But in the meantime, go get a snack. I know I will, because we will be right back with you with more Splatoon.
What's it like to be you? 2020, rocking in the rear view. Make me feel like Superman. You can do anything you want.
And welcome back, everyone. It is now time for the lower bracket semifinals of this Paddling Pool 338. I am Pat here with Hat, ready to watch our wonderful teams ready to fight. It's going to be Blanks going against Lego Hammer Bro Mario Kart World.
That's a name, to be sure, not gonna lie. But I have the funny picture on the Sender.ink page, and I looked it up, and honestly, I do understand why I picked it. It is a really funny Lego piece, but I am hyped for tonight. We saw the chaos, what happened before we were on the mic, and I am expecting more chaos to come forth, especially if some team is looking for revenge on what happened in the winners of finals. But we're not there yet. We're still in the losers semis, and there's still a lot to come here. Starting it off on tower control. I think it is a decent game mode to have your first match in Undertow Spillway. Of course, a very interesting tower control map as well because of how narrow it is. This fight is going to be back and forth for sure. And I already see some very funny weapons, but one of the things we were hyping about earlier is that vanilla heavy splatling and alt ball pick for sure. But I love Clara for playing that weapon.
Yeah, I mean, heavy splatling always a fun weapon to play and to watch, and it's a solid weapon. You know, there are very, very strong weapons in the splatling class, and it's not the strongest, but it's always a solid choice that we're happy to see. And right now it looks like Lego Hammer are opening pretty strong already. They're gonna get past the first checkpoint, but of course, as we know on this map, the first checkpoint doesn't matter that much. It's when you reach the second that things get serious.
I seriously don't even know why it exists there, but indeed it does not matter. But Lego Hammer Bros are definitely pushing forward. They're looking to get the second checkpoint soon too. Blanks does have something to say about it. It's a well-known team and they're not going to go out that easily. Trying their very best to get the tower to stop, but Lego Hammer Bros too strong right now. We see them touch the second checkpoint. Clara on the tower, making sure that checkpoint timer goes down. And with that said, that checkpoint has been broken and Blanks yet to respond to the push of Lego Hammer Bros.
Yeah, Blanks very much in defense mode, waiting for an opportunity, a way to get in, but Lego Hammer not stopping the aggro, not stopping the attack right now. The bubbler by Blanks is going to allow them to defend a bit more aggressively, maybe stop things, but here comes another Kraken from Lego Hammer. They're not stopping the push, they keep going in and getting more splats, Hat.
They're going in and definitely getting more splats. I believe that's a delayed wipe. No, there's the real wipe! I thought it was a delayed wipe, but no. It was a real wipe, and Lego Hammer Bros is making mincemeat of Blanks. There is nothing it looks like they can do. They have to go to the tower and stop it, but no! We saw the Tetris go on, but it was not enough. 3 people shooting into you is a quick game over. And with that, Lego Hammer Bros takes game number 1 in a very dominant fashion, and the way I usually don't see Blanks playing. I'm kind of worried about them, but that's a very dominant opening from the Lego Hammer Bros.
Yeah, I mean, they were simply able to take ground, and once they had control, once they were in that position, they would stay there and get more and more control, more paint around the map, and Blanks was not able to really push back their opponent right there, which does not bode well for the rest of this set, especially Hat, since it's a best of 3. It's the final best of 3 of this tournament. For Blanks right now, it is do or die.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna show their best here. We see gonna go to Rainmaker on Scorch Gorge. I'm not gonna go over the whole opinion story. You really know that. I've said it, I don't know, 1,000 times at this point. But still, Rainmaker, I think this map might suit Blanks a little bit better, especially the mode. I think the way Blanks is usually playing, it's definitely more fitted for stuff like Rainmaker and Splat Zones. So I'm hoping to see them excel here. But Lego Hammer Bros is putting up the pressure right now because, like you said, it's the final best of 3. They're in this match point status. They are waiting for that spot in the winners finals. They want it because they want to get that grand finals spot. But we still have an all match to go, and let's see how Blanks is going to respawn. I see that Splooshomatic and I see the vanilla duties are going to crap, and also the frozen splatter shot pro with those missiles, bringing back the Splatoon 2 days with the Tony cancel splatter shot. Let's see if Blanks has a response to Lego Hammer Bros' win in the first game.
And right now, Lego Hammer opening pretty strongly, trying to get in. Both teams have their Tacticooler to protect themselves. The Rainmaker is not going to go anywhere, but it looks like Blanks are able to get enough splats to push in, and thanks to that cooler to run across the grates and get an early checkpoint. Only 40 seconds into the game, Hat, and Blanks has answered game number 1. They're already in the game.
I definitely want to make sure that they want to get some points on the board too, and that route in the opening, a very unusual route to push through, but we're running a checkpoint so fast, is definitely worth the risk of taking 2 players down on the side of Lego Hammer Bros, but also 2 players down on the side of Blank, so the second checkpoint is open right now. Lego Hammer Bros has the Rainmaker, but does not have to paint yet. Blanks is respawning and are painting. They're again in defensive mode, something they practiced in the last game. Hopefully they can. They can use whatever they practice. The checkpoint about to be taken. We see the player on Deco get the checkpoint. Bit of a mistake from Blanks there. They could have prevented that, but sadly they did not. But luckily for them, sweet wipeout. Very good defense there. But luckily for Blanks, while I was saying that, you cannot have an equal score. So they are still in the lead and pushing.
Yeah, and right now Blanks are extending their lead, going deep in, getting to 38 points. That's a nice push, especially since it's not over 2 down onto Lego Hammer, as Blanks is still taking more ground. Very nice hammer right there. Rainmaker was delayed, but Nintendo with the sploosh has been everywhere and is now pushing.
Oh, that would have been beautiful! That would have been absolutely beautiful! Pushing it to 1 is amazing for Blanks! Even if they didn't get the KO right now, because they're forcing Lego Hammer Bros to KO, and that's going to sting for them, because we saw the defense that Blanks can put up, especially in their base. They have so much ground to work with and such a beautiful comp to play around all the little height differences. But what a claim for Blanks here. We saw them struggle in the first game, and now they are absolutely dominating. Lego Hammer Bros found a way out of spawn. They found an opportunity. They got some players down, with everyone from both teams now alive. It is going to be a huge fight around this first checkpoint on the side of Blank's base. The Rainmaker has been dropped, but 2 players have also been dropped for Blank's pad. This defense is going to be everything now.
Yeah, Blank's right there, knowing how important that elbow is. Like, if you're able to stalk your opponent right there, you can really deny any entry in. But as I say, that Lego Hammer have forced their way onto the court now. They know they need a KO if they want the victory. It's looking pretty dire. The Rainmaker is splatted and is repopped in blue. It looks like Blanks are going to be able to drop the Rainmaker away. But they can take their time. There's still 1.5 minutes in the game. Blanks, all they need to do right now is play the clock. Oh!
I liked how they dodged that Kraken there. Even though they got splatted, it's still wasting some time on Lego Hammer Bros. Like you said, indeed, they have to waste a lot of time. They just want to stick around. They don't really have to push anymore. They just gotta defend until the end of this game. About 1 minute and 15 seconds left until this game is going to end. Lego Hammer Bros. Is in possession of the Rainmaker, but are not in possession of a way inside the base of Blanks. And this is crucial for Lego Hammer Bros. Right now. They have to find that opening. They have to probably want to use that Kraken or Tacticooler as well. Tacticooler about to be online. It is active and on the field right now, and this is where Lego Hammer Bros. Can excel. This is what they have to use. But we see 2 specials ready for Blanks. It's a hammer. It's a crab tank too. The hammer has been activated. Does not find a splat, or I believe it found a splat against the Stamper. Will it be enough? The dualities do go down without using the hammer, but getting rid of the Rainmaker pad. That is huge, and 3 players down to boot. Lego Hammer Bros. Are in trouble.
Blanks really taking control over this map, and right now they know they only need to wait 30 extra seconds for this game to be won by then. The Kraken is deployed, but that Kraken needs to be used simply to take back control of the Rainmaker. Can we see the Rainmaker, please? Yes, right now it's looking pretty rough. There was a lot of dancing here by Blanks, but the Rainmaker is taken, and Lego Hammer will have a last push, but it's going to be pretty rough for him to take it. Nintendo with a final hammer, simply ending it. Okay, we're going to game 3.
I saw 2 hammers being used POV-wise from Nintendo, and both of them were personal attacks against somebody. What a game by Blanks. An absolute show of dominance here, both offensive and defensive. Even if they didn't get the KO, I think this victory looked way more sweet than the one from Lego Hammer Bros in Tower Contour Undertow Spillway. But what a game! Everyone in Blanks, from the offenses to the defenses, the way the Rainmaker was dancing around hammers, waiting to be perfectly used. Look at this! How do you not spot the Rainmaker with a Kraken and a Vex shot? It's unbelievable what Blanks pulled off here.
Yeah, I mean, Lego Hammer kind of panicking at the end of that game. And Blanks confident, knowing what they can do. And I mean, in Rainmaker, when you know you need to KO to win, it's pretty rough. Going into Clan Blitz allow for a bit more comebacks, especially on this map. KOs are fairly doable. If you're able to take control of mid, you can get a lot of clams very fast. We'll see which team is able to do just that, as Blanks is bringing a junior to the fight this time.
I mean, I get the junior way faster. Bubbles, it has a lot of pain potential. I don't think the hammer is that useful on Splatstones here. I think, or sorry, on Clamblitz here. I think the bubbler is a lot nicer to jump to. So I get the switch, but junior is a bit of an all pick. How did I do? He got splatted. How did it happen?
Blues get splatted all the time, Hat. That's what they do. They get splatted.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. They do get splatted. Ooh. Both teams are slowly working on their clams, slowly working on getting map control, but it doesn't look like anyone in the first few seconds really made an effort to push it. We see a power clam on the map. It now despawned for Blanks. They did something, but it didn't really work out. But then both teams are still playing it patiently, and I understand why you don't want to risk it in Clamlet, and especially when both of you are fighting for that winner's or for the loser's final spot here, Pat. So both teams definitely taking the slow approach here.
Yeah, and we've seen that both teams are able to, when they win better, win more. So they know it's very much about establishing control, establishing the advantage early. And right now, the basket is opened by Blanks, but they didn't have that many players. They're able to super jump in. Will they put enough clams in the basket to really make a difference? It looks like right now, I mean, they got past 60, but they lost all of their resources doing so. Right now, it's Lego Hammer taking a lot of control. They have a lot of clams ready, already in position. They're gonna open basket as well, and with a Kraken under the basket and a Zipcaster to help as well, Lego Hammer is about to take a lot of grounds and probably the lead.
Yeah, this will be basically above half points. This can be a very good push and counter that 59 score for Blanks, but it does look like they have a follow-up clam. We see the Stamper going in with some clams, but no, they misses it. They threw them to the heavy, but we're not close enough, and the basket closed in their face. How can you make such a mistake, especially this late in a set? Blanks still in control. Second power clam goes in, and this time the lead does swap for Lego Hammer Bros. That was a little messy, but it still ended up working in the end. Blanks, though, with a big defense here, is going to prevent any other clan from going in that basket. And now I think that they are ready for their own push.
They had so much control. They had the time to wait for the basket to be breakable again, and then broke that basket and put a few extra clams in just to get the lead. That's how much control they had. It's unfortunate for them that they didn't find the clam next to the basket to keep it open. But right now, we're back to a fight for mid, and these two teams are just 1 point apart. And as Blanks is taking back control of a lot of ground, they have a super clam ready. Now the big question is, can they push in? But if they want to push in first, they need to get a few splats.
Definitely, but not only that, they need to get a push and a follow-up too. They can't just open the basket because they won't score enough points. They're owning rid of their penalty. So Blanks have two hurdles to go over. The power clam is on the field, about to despawn, and they just let it despawn there. I think they just don't want to be marked on the map all the time, especially when you get offensive. We see one of their players the junior has seven clams, so they can definitely make a power clam on the basket quickly. But it does mean two players have to go in, and Lego Hammer Bros, they see that, they know that. They are waiting patiently at that basket. Borken uses the tactical cooler to get some defensive positioning in, to get some power-ups, to make sure the defense is a bit easier, and it's working because three players are down on the side of Blanks. What is going on? Make that a delayed wipe as we speak. Power climb being made at the basket. The Kraken going in, trying to get some splats. Leghammer Bros failing to open that basket. Finally does open it. Scores some points too, because it didn't grab many points. And I don't know what happened with Blanks there, but that did not do good. That push was really, really messy, allowing Lego Hammer Bros to make a push like that. 50 seconds left here, Pat, for Blanks, and they have to literally give everything in order to win this.
It took them 3 tries to make a super clam. And that cost them so much time right now. Blanks can breathe a little bit, but they still need to push. They still need to reopen that basket and then get some clams. They only have 30 seconds and they're stuck trying to get into mid right now. They have the super clam, but they need to get forward right now. That splat on the stamper will allow them to get something, especially with Bubbler on top mid. But can they move forward is the big question. They need to be able to fight their way in. With 10 seconds left, they're going to need to win in overtime. They have the clams. They need the push in. Oh, the jumps! They managed to jump behind.
Oh, they did it!
The lead just 1 second before overtime. Right now, if they could put one clam in the basket, that would be the game, and they're going to get exactly that. Blanks by a hair get the point and get the victory.
They have a heart pounding there, waiting until the very last seconds, literally. But that, I believe, was the junior. Oh, no, not the junior. I believe it was either the dualies or the junior. They're sneakily going in, waiting. And then I saw the jump. I was like, why would you jump now? But then I noticed the guy next to that basket. A beautiful, beautiful sneaking play by Blanks. Even though I think both of these teams definitely played this a little messy. I think it was also the pressure getting a little bit to them, because, you know, the stakes, of course, late in the tournament are getting higher and higher, everything getting more tense. So definitely a little bit of struggling and messing up on both of these teams' parts. But watch what a beautiful sneaky push at the end by Blanks. I hope we get to see a little replay of that, because I want to see exactly what happened there.
I mean, but like the pushes were a struggle for both teams. Both teams had some messing up, some creating the super clam at the wrong spot, losing a super clam because of a lack of coordination, letting the basket close, something else, and in the end, Blanks managed to win the old-fashioned solo queue way of getting a super jump spot right under the basket, right before overtime, and getting that victory.
I mean, that's what I love about Splatoon. It's stuff like that. It just works. It just happens. You can get away with it. But yeah, I think they definitely just went for the solo queue strategy, and maybe it was a strategy all along, because they were advancing a little bit, but very slowly. But I don't know. I think they wanted to draw attention away from that flanker just so they could go in. Either way, we will never know, because we cannot look in their heads. But what we do know is that Blanks will continue in this tournament, and we have to say goodbye to the Lego Hammer Bros. If you have not looked at an image of the Lego Hammer Bros, I highly recommend looking it up, because it looks incredibly funny. I might get the Lego stuff just for this little Hammer Bros. But we are going on a short break to get our next set ready, which will be the losers finals of that pool. And welcome back to Battling Pool 338, coming right at you, the losers finals. This is one of those matches where you're always hyped about, and I am joined by Pat, looking at Blanks, who we just saw clutch winning against Lego Hammer Bros against Frans, which is the Dutch word for French, and I will overly Dutch pronounce this team until the end of time because I love to use my funny Dutch accent on Splatoon. We're gonna start it off on Tower Control, Haggle, Fish, Market. Now, Pat, are you excited to see such a fun losers finals? Because we are looking at seed 2 against seed 3, meaning
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 are actually very well predicted.
Yeah, we have a paddling pool that's going as planned. We had a bit of upsets earlier in the tournament, but now we're back on track with our top 3, being our top 3 seeds. And starting on Hagglefish and Tower Control, it's going to be a very, very classic game to open, but then we'll go with a bit more curveball maybe later in the set. For now, let's get into Tower Control. Let's see what these teams are bringing to the table. On the side of France, we have a classic Zekofin comp, but Blanks is bringing a Hydra. That's the new Hydra with Bubbler. Yeah, that's Bubbler and Sprinkler. Meanwhile, it's going to be the Dapples providing them with the Tacticula.
We love seeing Dapple duelies right here on Dapple Productions, but I also want to make a note of that Firefin scope to Charger. That's also a weapon I haven't seen in a little bit. I love seeing the use of that, especially with those Tri-Strikes being very useful here on Tower Control.
Yeah.
3 players down on the side of France, though. Blanks is doing some very good work here on the opening pushes, getting it towards that first checkpoint. First checkpoint here definitely matters more than it does on Anato Spillway. If they can get it, it would be nice, but it would not be extremely huge. Tri-Strike coming out on the tower does connect with the Special Junior 2. Little bonus for France. But Blanks takes checkpoint number 1 here, Pat.
Yeah, that first checkpoint is... It's always like... It's usually a formality for these teams to go through, but getting it in the first minute gives a lot of comfort to France, right, to Blanks right there. They'll be able to attack faster the next time, and they're already pushing again, getting more and more splats. The zap and the backline are down on the side of France. It's going to be pretty rough for them to defend.
I don't know what France is doing, but Blanks is doing something and it's been working very well for them. You'd expect France with a high seed to get a little bit of a stronger defense, but Blanks is doing a lot of good work with their very good splat by Ash. Looking at the second player too, looking at Domtendo, does not connect, has to back off. A splat bomb does make work of them, and now France on the tower pushing towards that first checkpoint here. They want their own formality too, and they are going to get it.
Yeah, right now on the checkpoint, France has a lot of resources, and with that rain, they should be able to take the lead, as they broke that checkpoint. But Blanks is in the right positions to defend. Oh, they lost 2 players, but they're still able to push the tower away. That bubbler next to the tower could secure things, or not, actually. It looks like France is still around, getting a lot of splats, and I guess we're back to fight for mid hat.
I mean, I love Splatoon matches like this, where we're just fighting in mid, only a few points are being scored by a team over and over again. You get from 56 to 58, or 58 to 56 to 54, etc, etc. I love Splatoon matches like this. They may feel like an eternity, but they are so fun to watch and really highlights some of the proper gameplay elements that Splatoon does introduce in comparison to other shooters. Tower Control sometimes seems a bit snowbally, but it could definitely be still made too, as you see here on Blanks against France. Blanks now on the tower. Trade between the 52 and the junior. Dapples do go down as well for Blanks, so that push is gone, is over. France now the dominant team in this game, and they are definitely stronger in the map control department, and that is something Blanks might want to work on, because without map control you cannot push at all.
Yeah, but right now Blanks is taking map control by winning the fights. 4v2 will allow them to push again, and with no checkpoints on the way, they could get the lead pretty fast, especially since they have the bubbler on the tower and they're maintaining their numbers advantage. They get the lead. Now can they get the checkpoint? That's another bubbler. I just realized they have double bubbler on their team. That's allowing them to really stay on the tower longer, but not long enough. France is denying the second checkpoint by not much, but still it's a denial. 31 is now the new lead for Blanks, and it's on France to find the push going into the last minute. Hat.
It's a bit of a double loss for Blanks too, because now they have to do the entire checkpoint over again for, I think, only a single point to break through that, and it definitely stings. France on the tower. France pushing forward, using the rain. They have tri-strikes ready as well, using it against Domtendo. The 52 does go down for France. And this is a very fast weapon gun. The Junior goes down, but so does the NZEP. 2 players down on the side of Blanks now. The Splatling goes down too. They're only a couple points away from that lead swap. Blanks has to go on the tower. Everything being thrown on there. Points are being scored slowly but surely for France. They're so close, but they're still on. They're on the tower now. Blanks, can they make it up? Yes, they can. They can stop that push. But for how long is the question? We see Zip on the tower and gets splattered 2 with 1 point of difference, with a single point of margin. Blanks holds on to that lead. 13 seconds left in the game to get on the tower again. France has to do everything to get back on and start an overtime push. It will be difficult, but it will not be impossible. They still have a chance here, Pat, as they are on the tower as we speak.
Yeah, France pushing once again, trying to get in. It is so close as they're getting in overtime. Virginia is by the tower. That's a lot of players down. That was so close. They were on that checkpoint. They were on that checkpoint for some time. But in the end, Blanks saves it, defending the checkpoint just long enough, denying the tower just long enough to survive that game number 1.
A very, very, very good effort by France, but Blanks throwing every single special at that tower, and I mean it literally. I saw a bubbler, I saw missiles, I saw a crab tank, everything. I don't have a crab tank, but I saw everything on that tower waiting for it to switch from orange to purple. But what an opening game between these two teams here, Pat. Such a back and forth battle, and only a single point of difference, not even broken through the second checkpoint, might I add. This was what's the third? Sorry, the third. No, it was second checkpoint. It was second checkpoint, right? Yeah, they didn't break through the second checkpoint. That's huge, actually. That is huge for Hagglefish Market, because usually the second checkpoint is the one that's easily broken after the first checkpoint is gone. The second checkpoint usually doesn't offer much of defense opportunities. It's 50-50. It's 50-50. If you have 2 players down, it's a very easy capture because you just cannot defend it at all. If it's 1 player down, defenses are still applied, but it's difficult. I feel like the final checkpoint and the first checkpoint are like the harder ones. At least.
I feel like it depends a lot on the comps. Because some teams, I've seen a lot of teams that are able to simply like go through the first checkpoint like it's nothing, but then get stuck at the second. And it really depends on the teams and how they attack and how they defend. And like I think most teams, the way they play today, it's the second checkpoint that usually is like the where things stop.
I think that they definitely that was true, but the double bubbler from Blanks, I'll talk about it for a second. Double bubbler on that tower control was so smart. We saw them combine it very well as two, especially when Junior, and then combining it to the Hydra. Such a strong play about strong planes. Remember how in the last set they absolutely destroyed the other team on this map? Let's see if Blanks can do that once again. They are hungry and they are looking for that victory. Not the match point because it's best of 5, but Blanks has a score to settle. They didn't KO last time they were here, so this time they want to KO. Huge and fast opening pop for Blanks to get a lot of map control in the center. Will it be enough to win this fight here too? Both teams are getting their specials ready. Tacticooler out on the field for Blanks and for France as well. So they are... sorry, no, they don't have Tacticooler, sorry. Tacticooler out in the field for France. I thought it was Blanks. It looked like Blanks. You know, I'll Pat's gonna have to words. Go.
Yeah, Blanks is in yellow right now, and they almost got to the left checkpoint again. They liked this left checkpoint, but they were not able to get it this time, as France is defending pretty hard being able to push them. Oh, wait, they lost 2 players again, but the Rainmaker is next to the checkpoint. I don't think Blanks will be able to reach it before it resets, which means right now, all of his fights, they're simply to get control of who is going to get the pop of the Rainmaker. Blanks gets it, but they lost a few too many players, which means France is in the right positions to defend.
And Blanks is doing a very good job here as well, maintaining the map control, maintaining the middle of the map, which is right now important. If they can get a checkpoint super quickly, like they usually like, you know, getting a couple splats and then using the tech bullet to run across the bridge, I think holding on to mid is the next best strategy until they find an opportunity to push.
Ooh.
Huge splashdown from S again against Domtendo, and that's definitely one of those players you want to get out of there because those hammers from this player on this map are absolutely devastating. They have Rainmaker now in control of France, and they have a very nice route ready towards the checkpoint, but can they maintain that round painted? Can they maintain the push? We see the special coming out and explode, but does not be enough. It does not make any players go down as well. But a huge shot from, I believe, the Splatter Shot Pro to stop that Rainmaker. A very good defensive effort, and Blanks with that still in the lead, forcing that Rainmaker out of their base from Domtendo in the middle of the map. I think he would have liked to go a little bit further, but the Carbon had to say something about that. Does go down though, so Blank still in control of the map.
Yeah, right now both teams very patient, both in their attack and their defense. But neither team are really able to make that patience pay off and get the checkpoint right now. Blanks are right next to it, are eyeing it, but France is coming back in there.
Oh, the Reef Slider!
Denying the Reef. France is taking back control of the Rainmaker, and we're back to a strong and patient attack on the side of France. They know that at this point, with 2 minutes left in the game, the team that would get the checkpoint will have a huge advantage. But right now, neither team is able to get enough control.
Huge splat from the Tetra Julius against that Rainmaker. That would have been the checkpoint, but they bought them so much time. Milton now going and trying to do it again. Does only get rid of the 52 though, which might just be enough. We see a hammer coming off from the Nintendo and hits the Rainmaker again. This guy or girl or whatever with those hammer snipes, absolutely insane. 3 players are now down though. Multi has the Rainmaker to force it down in an awkward spot, to force France to go back a little bit and to help their team respawn. Beautiful supportive play, even in dire times. Teamwork can still be applied. Domtendo making quick work of the Rainmaker to extend the time it's in that awkward spot, and Blanks still in a very strong defense. They're slowly losing players though, but it seems like France is the bigger loser here because they cannot seem to get the Rainmaker where they want it to be.
Right now, Blanks are still in the lead. There's 1 minute left and neither team has broken a checkpoint. Blanks is still very much in the lead by 4 points, and as they are painting around, they understand because of the carbon on the side of France. If they're able to maintain their bed control, France cannot push in, and right now, with only 35 seconds left in the game, Blanks are still going for the checkpoint and not able to get it.
Even with the splashdown, they just said, nah, let's go, we ball. Didn't get the checkpoint, still at 69 points. Nice score, but it's not yet enough. But 15 seconds left, and the checkpoint still has not been broken. But it's still Blaze's game. France has to go and get that checkpoint. France have to go and find an opening. And they have to do it in overtime. Domtendo does go down though. So does the Tetras. But it doesn't matter, as Blanks said no once again. Takes game number 2 without even scoring a checkpoint.
And that's the deal
insane
with this map mode. This map mode does that. You can have these games that stay incredibly tense. With fights in mid, and so many different things happen during this game. Like, just because not that many points were scored doesn't mean nothing happened in the game. There was so much back and forth. Both teams were playing the long game, but in the end, patience didn't pay. And neither team was really able to get that one big push. In the end, it was that very, very small push that allowed Blanks to get the 2-0, which means right now they're one game away from grand finals.
Yeah, Blank's doing an absolute amazing job here. We saw them earlier at Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, and I think they had a bit of an advantage because they practiced it like one game before, as well as them just being an absolute menace on this map. But I love this map for this reason. I love how you can get these crazy games. Like you said, Scorch Gorge does this. I wish we had more maps in the shape like Scorch Gorge, not the usual Tetra shape, or Tetra shape like most maps are in Splatoon 3. I've gotten used to it. But still, wouldn't like to see more of these big maps. But the deciding game might just be here if France stays in this set, or if Blanks takes himself towards the grand finals. Splat zones on Wahoo World. I think Blanks is cheering for a map like this. But France, I think their composition and playstyle might suit splat zones more than Blanks.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Tetra map. This is a dark Tetra map.
That's very true.
We have Tetras in play, and these Tetras are going to decide a lot. They're going to decide so much. And by the way, it's Blanks, but with this map on their map pool. I think there's a reason for that, and I think the reason is Tetra Julies. We'll see them in action. I mean, both of these first games were incredibly close, and France can always get the comeback. Don't count them out. It's Blanks are not bringing the Tetras. I'm very surprised by that.
Especially when you said it is a Tetra map. It's, I think, definitely a bit of an oddball pick. Regular dualies might do the trick also. Crab Tank is still very nice on this map, though, especially how open the middle is. And I think Domtendo can make some work. I think that Tetra user can make some big work out of that. So we see that Domtendo does go down early with that junior dives in a little bit too deep, as France is now holding on to that zone, but not for long. 2 players go down, and that zone has been taken by Blanks, and those points being scored by Blanks, and the Crab Tank is on the fence there as well, Pat, and with that, the lead has been swapped.
Yeah, the lead has been swapped, but France is taking back control of the zone hat already. We have a lot of back and forth, and the game really starts when one team is able to get full control of mid, and it looks like France is doing exactly that right now. Blanks looking for a way back in. They know they need several specials in order to re-establish for a fight in mid, and right now France is happy to fight them as Blanks is forced to jump away. The Crab Tank is deployed, but the Crab Tank is a bit late. Will it be in... Oh! Okay, that's a good trade for the roller.
I don't think the Crab Tank minded... I think France didn't really mind the Crab Tank at all. Big splat by that roller indeed. Very good trade. And this will allow France to score a lot of points here because Blanks have to respawn. There's no paint on the map. They have no specials. Literally right now, it's a tough battle for Blanks. They have a moment to push, and the moment they get is the moment they secure that zone. Big penalty applied to France. They do lose all their players again, though, Blanks. I don't know what's up with that, Pat, but Blanks struggling to stay alive.
You need so many resources to get to paint the zone. Blanks used all of their resources to do that, to paint the zone. But France was still on the map. And then Blanks was out of special, out of breath. And France only had to collapse on them again and retake control. Now they are fighting for that penalty. There's only 20 points of penalty left as Blanks is back onto the zone again. They want to reapply. They want to paint that zone as France is holding strong right now. Blanks fighting as much as they can, are not able to push in. And with a wall in front of the zone, it looks like France are going to score more points.
Like you said, the resources are very much required here to get into the zone. And Blanks, every single time they get the zone here again, they apply penalty. But for how long is the question? Big splat by the heavy splatling against the Crab Tank. Huge. And that's going to cost Blanks a lot of time. Benji forced to jump back. The penalty on the side of France already halfway gone. They're already looking at scoring more points. They can feel it, they can dream it, they can taste it. And Blanks just does not seem to have a response, does not seem to find a proper opening to set up a defense every single time. It's something is used to get the zone. They lose it instantly. The zone about to neutralize, but no! Blanks finds a way to go in. Can they find a way to maintain it? Everyone from France is jumping in the middle of the map, jumping in the zone. Blanks captures it so, but 2 players are down on the side of France. This might be what Blanks is looking for. This might be their moment to capture and maintain that zone. They lost a couple players who are now respawning. They're still in control of that zone. They're still chipping away their penalty. And finally, with a wipeout to boot, Blanks takes proper control this time, Pat.
It took them 4 minutes to take control of top mid. They were struggling this whole game, but now they're in control, and we'll see if they're able to use that control well. But with 1 minute left in the game, Blanks cannot make a mistake anymore. One mistake would give the zone back to France, would end the game, but there's only 30 ticks left for them to get the lead, and right now France are back on the attack. Nom with that follow, able to apply some damage, but not enough yet. The zone is still contested, but it's taken by France, and France is getting the splats as well. Benny, the last one standing for Blanks, is going to be sent back to spawn. And right now, France, all they need to do is defend, delay for 20 more seconds.
That's definitely doable. Look how they play early in this game. Luckily for Blanks, a mistake like this is not the end of the world. They are in control of that zone, but that's going to be the overtime push if they want to secure that lead, because they still have 40 ticks of penalty to go through. Technicooler is out and online, so is the Wave Breaker and Technicooler from the side of France. We see the Killer Wall 5.1 coming active as well. Big splat on that NZAP. The 2 players are down on the side of Blanks, so make that 3, just Junior alive. And with that, there's not much you can do. France takes game number 3 in a very, very strong fashion. A very difficult map to fight on, might we add. Like you said, a lot of resources are required. Blanks did not find their mojo, sadly. It's not all bad, though. They still have another game to win. A little cheeky fist bump at the end between Ali and Ash to secure that victory. They finally have a point in the losers winner, or also the losers winners, the losers finals. But Pat, Blanks, I think they definitely really played it poor here. I didn't think they have a big excuse for what happened here. I think the teamwork wasn't really there, only for short bursts. I think they didn't really have resources at all. Someone was always being called out. I don't know what happens. Maybe they got a bit cocky, maybe they got a bit greedy after 2 dominant first games. I don't know, but
here's the thing,
it looked rough. It looked rough.
The first 2 games were not dominant for Blanks. They were incredibly close. And France lost the first 2 games by a hair each time. But they adapted, they changed a few things, and that switch to the vanilla roller from Nom really allowed them to get extra aggro, to get extra splats. We saw France punish the crabs several times with different weapons at different times in the game. That really allowed them to get back in the game, and suddenly France is looking stronger than Blanks, but they're still behind in terms of points. Blanks, all they need to do right there is put some clams in the basket to win it, but we saw them play clams in the previous set. It was scuffed. We'll see how they're able to do this time.
They're gonna pull something scary they can do in the first game. They're gonna win. But let's see. I think France is now fired up and ready to go. Ready to get that second win and push themselves to match point status. Also, Multi in the middle of the map looking to go in the base of France. And it can actually work out very well for them because they have enough clams to make a power clam. 2 players are down on the side of France too. This might be a very early push. There's the power clam. There it goes in the basket. Or towards the base. And no. Did they get splat? I think it was splatted. It got splattered at the basket. That is huge for France.
That's a very nice splat, a very nice defense by France. Right now, France has a lot of yellow around the map as they're trying to go in. The crab tank is deployed, but the crab tank is forced away by the zip canisters, forcing the rest of Blanks to be on the side of the map. And right now, France is still maintaining their control. They were not able to go in, but they have more clams than ever. and control over the map. Now the big question is, can they find a push?
I feel like translating this map control into a push is being difficult for them because they lost 2 players. And there goes the heavy splatling as well. Make that effective 3 players down after everyone's respawning. We see another push from Blanks. Quickly backing off. I don't think Dantana wants to do, or at least Multis actually. Or Dantana wants to do anything on that when there's 4 players alive. From France. Nice effort. I respect it. I respect the effort. But unfortunately, it was not meant to be. Zipcast going in from Nom Nom. Trying to get some splat against the power clam holder. From Blake. But going with a beautiful jump in the nick of time. Bubbler down as well. And getting that power clam to open the point scoring run. How good can a follow-up be? They have a bubbler at the basket. Why wouldn't you jump? I don't understand what happened there. 4 blanks, but the push is still on. We see the Punisher Pro trying to go in. Unfortunately, that was not going to happen, though. A little bit of a wasted push there, but still a decent opening to 71.
Hey, that push, like, while doing that push, blanks dodged the Zipcaster. So that's allowed them, like, they had a push for free, pretty much. As they stopped France, as they were the one trying to push. But France now have a lot of clams, have a foothold on the platform, have a Zipcaster activated again, and they're going to open that basket. They have enough clams to get the lead, but they're getting punished with a wipeout. Blanks keeping the lead right here is a huge, huge power move. France, again, they got so many opportunities, so much momentum, but they didn't turn any of that into enough points.
Blanks almost played that defensive game perfectly, especially with the splats they got. I saw the technically being thrown in the middle of that yellow patch next to the basket.
Oh!
Oh, they're doing it again! They're doing it again! Let's slow down, I'm not talking here, Blanks. Don't play that fast. Another power clam because there goes another second one in that basket. 45 is the score to beat. They did lose 3 players, but Blanks says, who cares? We have 2 power in the basket, and there's still not a push happening from France. The power clam goes down as well. Bet, what is going on here? Blanks is doing an amazing job in the defense and the offense here.
Blanks are super jumping in to open the basket, losing all their players. France feel comfortable. Oh, they just got almost a wipe, and then the last player from Blanks is throwing the exact right splats bombs that are perfect for defense, that are punishing the moves France are trying to do. That's just Blanks taking control of this game. 1 minute left, and France have played well, but now they need to score points, the one thing they haven't done in this game.
Every time someone from Blanks now jumps up, I look at like the right side, like, where they go, where they going, where they going, where's the basket? Big push coming in from France though! Can they translate it into more points? The second power clam is going towards the basket! They are translating it, and they are switching that lead with only 35 seconds left on the clock. Blanks did not expect it, nor wanted it. Big push by France with a double power clam and a couple follow-up clams too. This push is now ending. Blanks found a stop to it, but still, Pat, when we thought Blanks was doing well, France said no, and in typical Splatoon fashion, turned this right around. I have to make a power clam, and they have to get it in that basket fast.
Blanks just lost 2 players, and there's so much yellow around the map. France know they can expect an attempt at a sneaky super jump, but wait, it's Blanks! It's France going in, it's France getting the sneaky super jump and ending the game. What a comeback by France. We are now 2-2 there's been so much chaos throughout this set, Hat.
I have no words to describe what has been going on in this. Another fist bump from France when we thought Blanks was dominating and doing everything to get that match point status translated into a victory. France really said no, and they wanted a bit of match point status too. Beautiful dodge by the Zipcaster too. Insane. But this really turned into game number 5. Everything to lose here for both teams, because if they lose it now, they are out of this tournament. No second chances for neither of these teams here, Pat. But what a spectacle these two teams are bringing us right now. This is why they're seed number 2 and number 3.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, a lot of counterplays. And I mean, that last push, I mean, not the overtime push, but like the push before that gave the lead to France. That was the first and the only like standard push we got in the whole game, where one team got the clams, then got control of the basket area, and then got the clams in the basket. Other than that, it was always a scramble around the basket, super jumping in, dodging behind, something weird happening. No, France able to get their head back in the game, quiet down the game, and simply get back control. Now we are going to a final game of the game. We're going back to tower control hat, this time on Inkblot Art Academy.
If you go with the last tower control match between these two teams, we are looking at a second checkpoint fight over a singular point. Everything is to play here for. These teams are so back and forth with each other that honestly, I don't know what to expect coming in Inkblot Art Academy's tower control. All of that an amazing set for this tiebreaker, for this ticket towards the grand finals.
Yeah, the spot in grands is on the line in this final game of the finals. Right there, and yeah, we'll see how these two teams can do. There isn't that much of surprise in terms of comp. Ash again on the side of France is bringing the Neo Splash, and this triple in strike could be the tool that ends the game in a GG for France if they manage to get the lead.
We had GG's Ray in the previous game, now we have GG strikes. 3 players do go down on the side of France though, as Blanks are looking to stop that early game push from them. It is also 3 players down on the side of Blanks, so it's enough for them to push the tower back towards the center. Both teams are fighting on the midpoint, but it looks like France is winning the fight right now. Yep. It looks like France is staying on the tower, looking towards that first checkpoint and trying to take it home with them. Blanks had something going for the defense, but not for a whole long. The first checkpoint has been broken, but 2 players do go down by betting in. 3 are down on the field right now, Pat, as Blanks is preparing to make a push of their own.
But once again, that checkpoint is a formality. It's not the rough one. The second checkpoint usually decides the base of the game, and Blanks right now, it's their turn to push in. They have the bubbler on the tower as they are keeping some control, but they're not able to go through yet. Very nice defense by France, who are able to get back control. And now, I mean, we've had back and forth throughout this whole set. It's not gonna stop with this game.
Definitely not. These teams are fighting for that spot in the grand final, so they're going to throw everything out here on the field. They're going to open every single closet, pick every single tool, and make sure to use them to the maximum potential. It is a 3v3 scenario. The Stamper does go down, and this might spell good news for Blanks, because that means with the help of a bubbler, they can start scoring some big points, and they have to go through that checkpoint. Grab tank for Multi out in the field. They see the splatling on the tower. Checkpoint has been broken, and the lead has been swapped there, Pat. Big push coming in for Blanks, and they're not done yet. They're still fighting. Tekuda right on time when they needed it. Maybe a little late, but 2 players can still enjoy the most of it. The team has been wiped here. The 2 players responding fast from the Tacticooler does not matter that much. The push might be over, but they did up that lead to a pretty decent score now.
Hey, Blanks reach checkpoint number 2, but if you want to go through this checkpoint, you need to be able to push ahead on top of that platform, get the control on right there. Both teams know that that's the objective now, that that's what they need to do if they want to go in. But Zipcaster going in, not able to threaten enough, but the tripling strikes are going to push people to the side. It's a bit too late though. France lost a bit too many players in that push. They won't be able to get the lead yet.
The Pranks very good job at forcing players out of their base, out of their bunker. 59 is the score that France has gotten, which is a bit closer towards the lead, but not quite there. They didn't quite touch the checkpoint like Blanks did. But now France again in control. 2 players are down for France. Strikes are coming out on the splat link, forcing them to go away. Killer will as well. Every single splasher out in the field. And this time France has a very good grasp on the bunker of Blanks. And it might swap that lead here. They're on the checkpoint. The lead has been swapped once again. This is a back and forth battle. 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the field as France breaks through that second checkpoint. This is a huge moment for them. Second checkpoint, like I said, is always oh so difficult. We see players on the tower jumping back from zip castles or jumping to their teammates. 3 players are down on the side of France. Blanks does have some work cut out for them though, because going from 54 to 42 in this match is absolutely crazy work now.
Yeah, and right now, Blanks in the last minute are forced to attack. They know they needed to take control to go ahead, but here comes the strikes that delay them, that force them away from the tower. They're all behind it. That's going to allow France to simply take back control without much of an effort, but the bubbler is there to allow Blanks to push through. They're trying to go in. Very nice bomb to get the splat after the death. Right now it's 3 down onto France. Can Blanks get the comeback? They're able to get the delayed wipe and the checkpoint. They're getting the lead right in the nick of time, and they're now pushing through. They still have a bit more gas to get some more.
I bet Nintendo was screaming at their screen after they dropped that bomb. I thought this was Splatoon and not Call of Duty. I don't think grenade on that was a thing in this game, but apparently it is. 2 players down again, looking at a third from Nintendo. Does not get the third, but they get the checkpoint tower towards that KO. And finally, Blanks finds a way to KO in a set and turn a hard battle around to victory. We were looking at the potential reverse sweep from France, but Blank finally said, no, we are done. And with a beautiful, beautiful push, takes game number 5, forcing them into the grand finals. Well deserved, if you ask me.
I mean, France kept it alive for so long. They were down 2-0. They managed to tie up the score to 2-2, and then they were leading in this final game. But Blanks able to come back, able to push harder, able to crush their dreams and qualify for the grand finals. We've had a crazy lower bracket finals, but it's not over yet. We still have one more set to watch. Of course, it's going to be our grand finals, which will be Blanks going against Fee right after this break. It is now time for the grand finals of this Battling Pool 338. I am Pat here still with Hat, the wonderful observer Jorian there for the show. We're going to start with a map mode we don't see that often, Hat. It's going to be Tower Control on the Hammerhead Bridge.
Man, you know what? I'm gonna stop that. I love oddball map modes so much because we always see the same stuff, we always see the same players practicing the same map, but now we get to something different. And the last time I played this, I think it was a couple days ago, I played in this map mode too, and let's be real, this map is hard, man!
It's
maybe I'm bad, but this map is hard on Tower Control. It's so tedious to push through, and I wonder how these teams are going to fight or face it up with each other.
I have a feeling that we're going to see an E-Leader come on this map on the side of our top seed Fee.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, these two teams have not been. I'm looking at the record. These two teams have not been fighting each other as of yet. We have not seen blanks against FIH. So
yep.
Let's see. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the team composition, look at the players that are inside of the team, you'd reckon there might just be an E-Leader coming in. You know, I'm not entirely sure. Devin 4K occasionally plays E-Leader, but I don't think it is main weapon or anything.
It happens.
No. It just happens. It just happens to have a similar name to the weapon. It happened before. Man, those masks. No, I don't like the masks that Grau and Leg are all wearing. I just want to make that clear. Anyway, double splash O-Matic on the side of FIH. Either and a Jet Squelch definitely going for that short and long range and nothing else. Combo, I'll see the composition the blanks that were running in other sets. A very well-balanced set of weapons. FIH, the first team to take the tower, makes quick work of two players on the side of blanks as well. The Tetra Dualies and the Splattershot Jr. go down with ease. Checkpoint 1, as the commodity just being taken. You know, we look at that on this map mode, it doesn't exist really. Checkpoint 2, they're looking at that right now as FIH seems unstoppable, but loses two players right as I say so, Pat.
Yeah, right there. Very nice defense by Blanks, able to shut that push down. Now it's their turn to take a lot of control, and that very aggressive bubbler is allowing them to establish themselves in front of the tower. And right now there's nobody to really attack that first checkpoint thanks to the bubbler. Blanks is going to go through. We're now 1-1 in terms of checkpoints, but a few too many deaths will mean the fight is going to go back into mid, Hat.
Blanks definitely trying to get that lead. They're failing to do so, but there's going to be a long fight between the midpoint of the map. I can feel it. These two teams are very close to each other in terms of skill and in terms of weaponry. The compositions are, of course, vastly different. Not even a single weapon is the same. But it doesn't really matter in maps like this. FIH now finding an opening and finding a way towards the second checkpoint. And looks like they're going to take it as well. They're off the tower for now. But for how long is that the case? The grab tank will go on the tower. And it is devastating to watch. For Blanks, they found a way around the crab tank and forced them off. This is huge because that way they can get 3 players down here, Pat, and allow themselves to minimize the damage that occurred to them.
They stopped the damage, but it took so much time for Blanks to stop that push. I mean, right now, 32 points is a huge push in for Feh right now. Blanks able to get back control of the tower. And they're now pushing to that second checkpoint. They know they need to get there. And there's a splash behind them. Do they know there's a splash behind them? Well, they know now. Nice trade. But there's a bubbler on the tower. And Blanks are just a few points away from the lead. Can they get through? We are so close. 1 point. 1 single point is all that's separating these two teams, Hat?
I feel like I've seen this before, where a single point was separating two teams in a game of tower control. This time, however, Blanks is on the losing side of that battle. I don't think it's where they want to be, but it's expected. I mean, seed 3 against seed 1, you know, but that doesn't matter all too much. These teams are very much neck on neck. FIH is so much more dominating in this game in terms of the ability to push forward. Blanks have only been pushing twice, but this is a fourth push from FIH. Didn't make that far this time. Blanks surely making work of the middle of the map, but FIH found a way against that. Tetra Julius found a split against them, found a split against Junior 2, and the splitting goes down as well. 3 players down inside of FIH though, as everyone on Blanks is respawning. This might be the opening for Blanks to make that comeback and to make that push to 30, Pat.
Yeah, that's an opportunity for them to go forward to get some momentum going, but can they use it? Well, right now they're already back onto that platform with another bubbler. They have 2 players on the tower. It's looking pretty good for them. They have the lead now, and 3 down. That's a delayed wipe, and they're at the checkpoint. Blanks right now able to get the splats, able to get past the final checkpoint. Can they hold just long enough to get the KO? Yes, that's 1-0 for Blanks.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. As you thought FIH, or I saw our streamer adding a little bit to fish. If you thought FIH was going to win this game, you were wrong. Blanks, every time they find an opening, there's a little bit of an opening, they know how to make the most of it, and they know how to translate that into a victory. But Pat, you cast Paddling Pool almost every week at this point. Has Blanks ever actually won a Paddling Pool?
I'm not sure. Let me check, but I don't think I've seen them do so. I've seen them in grand finals of paddling several times, and I think they're not that far from it. I think they're reaching that level where they are a contender to win it, but every single time. Once they did it once in a small paddling pool, maybe one a long time ago, but that is before. Okay. Thank you, Dorian, our observer who knows everything there is to know about every team all the time. I love you. But yeah, I mean, Blanks are able to do it, are able to do so, but there's always a team like Fish that's on their way, and that's like forcing them to fight harder, and usually Blanks is faltering, but today it looks like Blanks was able to get game number 1. We'll see if they're able to get 2 more, but remember, they're coming from the lower side, so they'll need to win twice if they want to win this grand finals.
Yeah, the bracket we said is going to be tough, especially after how FIH has lost that. They are going to be fired up, and they are going to want revenge and want their spot back as the leading team in the winners finals. Personally rooting for Blanks. Can't say that out loud, of course, because I'm a neutral here, but rooting for Blanks just to be sure. We see a switch in the side of FIH. Devon 4K switched their E-leader for a machine, going for a full offensive strategy. Only long-range weapon is that Jet Sculpture. I think it's a very good long-range weapon for a game mode such as Clan Blitz. Now these teams are going to fight a big fight in the middle of the map first. The both losing players, but 3 players down on the side. A wipeout on the side of FIH. Path allows Blanks with a beautiful opening.
Yeah, Blanks riding the momentum from the previous game, and Clan Blitz is the perfect game for an organized team, a team that's used to playing together, and Blanks are very much used to playing together right now. They have another Super Clan! Oh, they're so close to scoring it, but Fish are able to defend, are able to punish, and to keep themselves within range. That's not too many points scored by Blanks, but that's still a pretty good opening push, especially since Fish is losing players right now.
I think that opening was good enough. I can be better, but still good enough. Fish, however, going in as well. They're looking to go in deeper and deeper into the base of Blanks, they're looking to get a power clam of their own and score into the basket. The pity clam is the only active power clam on the side of Fish right now. I think someone went back to pick that up. Yes, they did. Can they find a way towards the basket, though, is the real question. It looks like they can. It looks like they have the paint on the map. But there's no player next to it. There's no one to really finalize the push. Booyah goes out. And that is the answer towards the push. Opts to throw it on the right side. Only getting rid of Benny, the Splatter Shot Pro. But it does not seem like there's an opening just yet. They could rush and throw it in. But there goes the power clam in. And two power clams further. The lead has been swapped with a regular clam as well. 54, the new score to beat by Fish. Playing it patiently, waiting for a golden opportunity. But one was handed on a golden platter. No bigger follow-up than two power clams though. But still a nice swap of the lead.
Especially since they kept control of the whole map. Blanks is still trying to get back into mid, forced to fight for it, as Fish already has another super clam and a crab tank that's deployed to simply maintain their control. Look at that. The map is staying yellow, and Fish is looking to push in to get some more points.
Yeah, Fish is looking to get another opening like they had before. Blanks, I don't think they want to give up another mistake like that. I don't think they want another power clam coming in from the side like Fish did at the last push. So Blanks definitely playing a little bit more precautiously than they were before. Tacticooler goes out on the field, and that allows Blanks to be a little bit more aggressive. I don't think there's a Tacticooler on the side of Fish, so there's gonna have to be a little more careful with how they play around a Tacticooler from Blanks. They got a splat onto Dontendo, which is Special Junior. To two Splash Medics do go down, but two players do also go down for Blanks Pet. They are very much fighting on the mid fight right here.
Yeah, and right now, it's Blanks still fighting for control, fighting for something. Fish have so many clams, but having two super clam could cost them. I mean, they have targets on their backs. As Blanks is trying to retake some control, trying to retake some momentum. We're about to enter the last minute of this game, and there's only 5 points separating these two teams, Hat.
Yeah, they're very neck on neck. They're very close together. We saw what happened when one point was a differentiator. Blanks took it back and took it to a dominant KO. So they're trying to do that again here, but Fish is the more dominant team on this map. Fish have the more dominant strategies. 3 power clams on the map. This can basically be GG if they can get all of them in. Not quite, but almost. Dontendo does go down though, and this might be the opening. The Tetris do go down as well. That 2 players down for the basket defense. The power clam goes in. The Special Pro makes work of one, but cannot find another power clam goes in. Third power clam goes in too. 3 players do go down, but the lead extends from 54 to 17. I think they're not going to push much more after a delayed wipe. Blanks did a very, very bad job on defense. Fish did an amazing offensive job, and that is a huge blow to Blank, because with only 5 seconds left, they have one single chance in overtime here, Pat.
Just like that, a game that was looking incredibly close now looks very much in the hands of Fish. As Blanks have all the super clams in the world, but the clams don't matter if you can't get to the basket right now. They're not able to go there. The reef slider was not enough. It is too late. And Blanks they got game number 1, and they got it well, but now we are 1-1. Very, very nice Clam Blitz game by Fish.
Indeed. I don't know what happened in the game of Tower Control where they lost control so suddenly, but here I think they've shown their strengths a lot more. Maybe it wasn't the fact that they didn't have a meat leader this time. I don't know, but Blank still had some decent pushes in them. They had a very strong push to score at first to 59, and they still had some pretty decent fights in the middle of the map as well. But I feel like Blanks was struggling, especially when Fish in the mid game ramped it up a little bit after they got their push to 54. They started firing it up. They started putting the pedal down, and giving it more gas, and that allowed them to just stay more dominant. And Blanks were struggling to find an answer for that, struggling to find a response and push back with might. But pushing back with might is something they might do in this next map. We saw them twice already, and we saw how it ended up twice for Blanks. Rainmakers, Scorch Gorge can and potentially will throw a curveball here.
They do like this map, but remember, Fish plays such a unique comp with that Eliter Jet and double splash. They move differently, they paint differently, they play differently. Do we see the Eliter come back for Rainmaker? That's the big question, I feel. I mean, that Eliter has been working wonders for them, but Fish could go for something that goes even faster. We'll see. Yeah, going in there, we're now 1-1 between these two teams, and honestly, after what we just saw, like, anything's on the table.
Definitely, for sure. I think either strategy has its ups and its downs. Either team has their strengths and their weaknesses. How you exploit them is the way to victory. No mistakes can be made, though, because for Blanks, it is out of the tournament, and for Fish, it is losing and getting a bracket reset. And is that a custom range blaster?
Yep, it is the custom range blaster with look at these abilities. Look at this ability for Fish. Can you put that back, please? Put the map back up, please. Dorian, put the map back up. I don't care about the game. Put the map back up.
I want to look at it again. I need to look at it again. I saw Respawn Punisher and Drop Roller? Yeah, what?
What is that?
Oh
What
my
is
gosh.
that? And they're winning the game already. They're already in control of the map, pushing onto the checkpoint. Okay, let's. that's Fish for you. Very much there to punish some respawns.
Actually insane. I don't even have words for the game right now. I'm just thinking about what that composition is. What's the strategy there? Fish getting a beautiful capture on that first checkpoint, and Blanks again not being able to find a respawn. Fish looking for the second checkpoint, the victory pedestal as well. They're going in deeper. Anthony just pushing the Rainmaker as far as they can, knowing, well, they're not going to get much further anyway. Let's just throw it off. There goes Devin going down. We see the Fish is still in control of the base of Blanks. Blanks cannot get the paint down, and definitely cannot get players out of the base. Rainmaker being picked up, but for what though? The hammer on the Rainmaker shield to pop it again, make quick work of that shield. But I think the focus has to be on the players, not the Rainmaker being there, because now they picked it up and pushed it even further to 21!
You always need to keep an eye on the Rainmaker, especially when it's about to extend the lead right there. 21 is a pretty good lead, and it's not over. Look at that. They're still right next to it, shooting at it, trying to push further. They can't extend the points yet, but that's so much time that's spent right under Blanks' spawn as they re-grab and extend to 18 with two players down. I mean, they're still jumping in, but right now it's looking like it's finally over, and Blanks can finally breathe a little bit.
That's a push that lasted about 2 minutes, I would say. That's an insane length of a push, and Blanks now finally scoring some points of their own, but I don't think they're going to reach that basket anytime soon. How good a defensive Fish is. They did lose 2 players though, so that might just swap, and the pedestal might just go down. For how much longer can Fish hold on? Brain and I believe a special medic on that Rainmaker will make quick work of it. So will it just make quick work of whoever is right there. I'm 3 players down for Blanks, but
I mean, it's looking rough for Blanks right now. Fish very much able to take control of this map, and they already have their machine far up ahead with the Booyah Bomb to defend themselves. Blanks are forced to be in defense mode all the time, as Fish is again pushing in, getting some control as they're going back to that incredibly dangerous spot where they could score a lot of points very fast.
Yeah, I think the second when they get on little ramp towards that checkpoint it might just be over for Blanks. We see Mega going in, getting a splat.
Woo!
2 players down on the side of Blanks. This might be looking for Reef Slider. Has something to say about it, but the Kraken has an answer towards the Reef Slider. Benny going in against the Rainmaker, though. The Rainmaker did not expect to play it there. And there goes the Rainmaker. 3 players down on the side of Fish. Blanks successfully stopped that push for doing any more damage, but the damage already been done to Blanks. 18 points is scored to beat, and Blanks have yet to push through that checkpoint. I know they did it, I don't know won it by not pushing the checkpoint last time, but this time Blanks, you need to go for the pedestal. There is no more time to lose. A minute left, Pat, for Blanks to get the Rainmaker all the way to 17.
It's looking pretty rough. Can Blanks go in right now? That's 2 down onto Fish, but it's also 2 down onto Blanks. Trade after trade after trade. Blanks able to go in. The splash there to defend. It's not enough to keep a checkpoint from happening. And yeah, I mean, we're very much very rough for Blanks. As Fish is resetting the Rainmaker, just 20 seconds until the end of the game. Blanks right now able to re-grab the Rainmaker, but they need a monster push out.
They definitely need a monster push, and they don't need a single mistake, not a single opening that Fish can create, because they are to push in overtime. And the second the Rainmaker gets dropped, it is over. That game has been lost. They're gonna make a mistake. 2 players to go down there, and there's a Kraken next to the Rainmaker. Yeah. The Kraken does not connect, but a Crab Tank surely will. Game number 3 also in the hands of Fish, giving himself match point status. Blanks, from going to crazy strong sets to struggling in the grand finals. It's not over yet, but then they cannot afford any more mistakes here, or there will be second place. Hard fought battle for Fish though, but they had such a strong early game, Fish. I think after they had that strong early game, they didn't really care for pushing anymore. They just wanted to defend and secure that victory, because taking more risk for pushing, I think securing was definitely the better option.
Yeah, they had very much the control of the game, and I mean that's the power with Rainmaker especially. You only need a bomb or a Kraken or someone diving in from a weird angle to splat the Rainmaker. And splatting the Rainmaker slows down your opponent, allows you to take control of the pace of the game. If you know you don't have to push, if you know you have a solid lead, it's so easy to defend. You simply need to create and maintain chaos all around the map. Right there, Fish were able to do that perfectly, which means that this next game could be the last.
It definitely could be, and Blanks looking worried, because this is a map mode they did not do well on the first time. We saw them on stream right here. It was a struggle. It was hard. And I mean, they can do it. I think they can do it. But I think it'll be very tough. The first time they played this against France, they were struggling so much to get that zone in control. They captured it a lot of times, yeah, for sure. But they struggled to keep it. They used all their resources, painted it their own color, applied a penalty onto the opposing team, and then instantly lost it. And that sort of cycle repeated over and over again. And I think I'm worried about Blanks, because if that happens again, then they're out of this tournament and they have to get the second place.
Yeah, that's... And the thing is, Fish is going back to Double Crab. And Double Crab on this map is dirty. Is still, like, incredibly strong, incredibly dangerous. Fish, if they manage to take control of top mid, will keep control of top mid. They can simply chain their specials and stay there forever.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you right there. I think that's also the strategy that Fish is definitely going for. But 3 players down already in Blanks. A wipeout in the first 30 seconds. Fish is not playing around whatsoever, making a circuit. Team picks it. Nah. I mean, I know you had the opportunity, and I've definitely done that too, but nah, man. Naughty, naughty. I have no words for that one. Already towards 60 points here, Pat, and Fish is still defending.
With Double Crab and Booyah Bomb, they have so many tools to keep control of this top mid right there. And Blanks right now are struggling to get back in. They're able to apply penalty, but there's still a Crab above the zone to punish them right away. It's going to be... Oh, well, there's still a fight. There's still possibilities. It looks like Fish was not able to fully get control. Blanks will be able to repaint the zone.
For how long can Blanks maintain it for? There we go, already a single Booyah Bomb and some paint, and that zone is already in the color blue. Blanks is still doing some form of defense though, they're still trying to get rid of players of Fish, but it's looking tough, it's looking difficult. Fish having the zone painted blue right now. Fish with a Crab Tank online on the field, second one charging the... Ooh, oh, big splat by Multi though. This might actually be a keeper if they can hold on to it now. We see the rain coming out, not having a whole much effect. Multi with a huge reef slider pushing back everyone from Fish. And how I thought they were struggling, they're now doing a very good job on the defense here, Pat.
And that's the big difference. This time, Blanks are bringing the Tetro Julies. They have that reef slider that can get splats across the mid. And suddenly, Fish, they lost the lead. That will teach you to make a drip pick at the start of the game.
Can they hold on to that lead though? That's the question here for Blanks. We see a big push coming in from Fish, but will it be enough? It looks like no, it will not. It looks like Blanks still in control. Still dominant. 2 players down though. Make them 3 players down. Only 1 in. They got it to 40, which is still huge, but now they have to go offensive and capture the zone again. And they were struggling with that so much, even with the lead. Earlier map against France, they were struggling to get in that position as well. They had it for a nice long time though, but can they get it back is the question. Huge defense coming in from Fish, but look at Tom Tendo! No! They got called out and splatted. That would have been a huge flank with that bubbler. Penalty for Fish has been gone, and this is where they can translate this into a victory. Only with a couple ticks towards that lead. Swatch reset and going in to neutralize the zone. They do neutralize it. Can they control though? It looks like they cannot. They have not enough players on the map. They don't have enough paint. Booyah coming in. The paint over that zone. The lead not even swapped because Blanks used their own Booyah Bomb and keeps the control in their hands. But for how long, Pat, is the question.
Once again, Pat, once again, we have 1 point separating our 2 teams. This is so close, but Blanks is in the lead right there as Fish are pushing, are trying to fight their way back onto the zone. They're able to repaint it, and in the last minute, they need to take control. And if they want to win this game right now, the Booyah Bomb is deployed. Can they keep control of the zone? Wait, there isn't that much penalty, Hat.
There's a lot of penalty on the side of Fish, and the whole is a single hole take a penalty. Blanks is through everything to keep the control. It's oh so close. I cannot watch it. They're just painting and even fighting. But Fish takes control, and Fish takes the lead. In the last 30 seconds, it has been swapped around, and I don't think there's gonna be a response anymore as Fish, with a hard-fought battle, takes the lead at the end and converts it into a victory. Not a single set has been dropped, and with only 2 games lost in Paddling Pool 338, it is FIH getting themselves the #1 spot. Congratulations.
It was back and forth, it was close, it was tense, but in the end, it was Fish, our seed #1, our favorite to win this tournament, that took the control and ended the game. And I mean, they had the confidence, they took the drip pick, they still managed to win, despite at some point it looked like they were struggling, but they got back in there, they got back the control. and they got the victory.
I think it was a deserved victory too. They had such strong performance overall in this tournament, and even the blanks. I think blanks did wonderfully for
Yeah.
what they did. Even if they lost it, blanks still did an amazing job. And I think fighting against a team like FIH is just so incredibly difficult. FIH deserves it oh so much, but I think blanks definitely deserves the second place too. They had some crazy upsets, they had some crazy comebacks, even against FIH, might I add. So I think it's a very, very good end towards the battling pool. And I think the result for all these teams definitely shows the skill that battling pool has gone to, from a funny casual weekly to a team where even high-end top players occasionally throw themselves towards the best. But what I love seeing from blanks though is the fact that they've been growing so much in their journey to win a big battling pool. But I think, Pat, this is the end of our set. This is the end of battling pool 2.
Yes, I guess it is, which means it's time for us to say goodbye. And before we do you have something to plug?
I definitely have something to plug. I just changed, actually. You can go to my Blue Sky page by just going to the website casterhead.nl. It now forwards you. I did some technical work because I do technical stuff. But you can follow me on Blue Sky at casterhead.nl. It's also my Blue Sky tag, or you can go to the website, whatever suits you best. I try to use socials less, so I probably won't be posting all that much, maybe some funny picture here and there. But go follow me regardless. But Pat, where can we find you?
Well, it's written on your screen. You can find me on Blue Sky the normal way by typing my name in the search bar. It's written right there. I also like to give a huge shout out once again to our huge, awesome observer, Jorian. And that was a great tournament. And we get to say goodbye. So see you for Triton Cup on Friday.